Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Wednesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. And we are, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us, and we are breaking down the hope that has returned for the Sacramento Kings. And maybe, I never do this, maybe there were some overreactions yesterday. Now, when we say overreactions, that's in terms of the help that the Sacramento Kings could get, where in the world the Clippers are at, as we got some good news from the Clippers. And I never thought I'd say this based on last season, but if you see a Pelicans fan, hug them. Hug them right now and say, thank you, Pelicans. We will tell you why exactly you should thank the Pelicans in a little bit here, and what the Kings need to now do to take advantage of some of these situations. The door ain't closed yet. You know, somebody comes to your house and they're trying to sell you something. You don't want to open the door, or maybe you're the one selling stuff. Back in the day, you got to sell whatever it is, and the door is cracked. You still got a chance. You can still make the sale. I remember back in the day, I was selling Cutco knives. I think they might have gotten sued because I ended up getting a bit of cash about 15 years ago. But
you as a child were selling knives
not as
door.
a child, but in high school, I was part of that pyramid scheme selling the Cutco knives. And
yes, so as a minor, you were selling knives door to door.
Kyle, you are sounding very Gen Z now. Don't piss people off this early into the show. We're 2 minutes into the show. Yes, I had a job. I was selling Cutco knives, and that door was cracked open. You still had a chance. Okay, and the Kings still have a chance, and the Clippers continue to leave that door cracked. And we will take another look at the Clippers' schedule. As we mentioned, 8th on the strength of schedule, and they lose to the Pelicans last night. That's one of their easy ones. So if the Kings can take care of business, win tomorrow night, use that as a launch pad into the end of the season, 18 more games to go, you never know. It's not going to be easy, but nothing worth having in life is easy. You want that playoff spot? Go take it. Nobody's going to give it to you. These guys worked their butt off to get to this point. Well, the work doesn't stop here. DeMar DeRozan, you don't want to be in the play-in again, as you've told us time and time again? Well, do something about it. It's all right in front of you. I do not trust the Clippers as much as maybe I thought. Yes, if you're curious, Kawhi, James, they played last night, and they lost to the Pelicans. So go thank a Pelicans fan. This thing isn't over yet, but the Kings are going to have to play the best ball that they've played all season long. Because even in that winning streak, I know they beat the Celtics and they beat the Warriors, but now you don't have any breaks coming up here. And it all starts tomorrow. So we will break that down. And as the Kings get into the Warriors situation tomorrow night, the Warriors will have the return of someone that they've been waiting for a very long time, and Jonathan Kuminga has missed over 30 games, and he's finally back. Shams reported that Jonathan Kuminga will be returning, and I'm going to do the same thing that we did with the Rockets. All right, now I did some reading yesterday from our guy Anthony Slater. I will say that the plan is to work Jonathan Kuminga in slowly. So I think if this thing does look a bit clunky for the Warriors tomorrow, they can use that excuse. Hey, Jonathan, we're just trying to work this thing in slowly. We're not trying to rush through here. The Warriors, they have the Knicks after the Kings, and then I know they play the Nuggets at some point. So they have some tough games after they face the Kings, and then they have the Knicks with probably no Jalen Brunson. So they're going to use these couple games to get Jonathan Kuminga back into the fold. But if the Kings can put pressure on them, things might get a bit clunky, the same way we saw with the Houston Rockets, who, of course, was bringing back Fred VanVleet for about a game, and now Fred VanVleet is out again, and the Kings were able to sneak out a win out there in Houston without Domantas Sabonis. So we will break into all that means, and of course tomorrow we will have our Kings-Warriors preview, and no, I won't be in the building because I got better things to do. As we discuss the future of Sacramento, did anybody know that the A's played a couple games in Vegas over the weekend? Did anybody know that? I was doing some research just on the A's, and, my favorite player on the A's, Lawrence Butler, signed an incredible deal for him. We're happy when anyone gets his money, and I know we do this thing where it's, man, he could have got more money, and it's probably true, but you also want to make sure that you are secure and you like where the direction is going. Lawrence Butler, I would say it's tough for some Oakland fans out there, but Lawrence Butler, Brent Rooker, these guys have really done it the best way they can in terms of juggling. There's not a lot of players out there that can juggle three cities, right? So you're juggling the feelings of the Oakland fans, you're juggling the feelings of the Sacramento fans who you're not actually representing, and you're juggling the future of the Las Vegas fans, and you're in Las Vegas and you got a patch on your jersey for where you're going to go at some point. You don't know when you're going to go. It's either 3 to 4 years. So you have all that going on, and you still need to go out and play baseball. And Lawrence Butler, we will get to him specifically, and a really cool note that he has as he looks to make the All-Star game this season, as it's in his home state of Georgia, out there in Atlanta where the Braves play. So I did a bit of a deep dive on the A's today, and you know how I feel. I'm very excited about the A's, although I did see something, and this doesn't really, it's more so about what the Astros are going to do, because the Texas Rangers in the AL West, they did have a World Series hangover, but they're still really good. They won the World Series. They had the World Series hangover, and then everybody forgot about them, including me. Whitey Gleason reminded me on one of our crosstalks. Allen, you cannot forget about the Texas Rangers. They're really, really good. So this whole thing comes down to, are the Mariners finally going to get over the hump? And what in the world are the Astros doing with their new left fielder, Jose Altuve? That's right. Jose Altuve is now an outfielder. He is not the longtime second baseman anymore. And I don't know enough about the Astros roster to know why that happened, but it happened. So we have to see what happens with the Astros, what happens with the Mariners, and very similar to what's going on with the Kings, the A's got to take care of business. They're going to be looked at by majority of the league as an easy win, and it's going to be kind of this shtick that they have out here in Sacramento, where you get to play in a minor league ballpark. I know some of you that might not be super familiar with how the leagues go and how the fields go. It's a minor league ballpark, and the league that Sutter Health is in with the River Cats, it is a very offensive league in terms of the fields. But I will say this, Sutter Health is not considered one of the most offensive friendly fields. So you might be thinking, oh, there's going to be home runs flying all over the place. That might be the case on some days where the wind is blowing out. But relatively speaking, now, again, it's a very offensive league that the River Cats are in. But on that scale, it's not as if there's going to be cheapy home runs or anything like that. It's not like you're playing in Yankee Stadium or even Fenway Park with that little league right field. So you're going to have to earn it out in Sacramento, out in West Sac. So we're going to get into a deep dive of the athletics. I almost said the O word before I said athletics, but on the athletics. So I'm really excited to do that. We listen to everybody on this show, and we see the text and we see the Sac chat and things like that. Obviously, we have plenty of Kings to get into, as the Kings are really ramping up here for this final stretch of the season, and there's one more month. Whitey broke this down on the crosstalk yesterday. There's today, and there's this week, and I believe one more week where there are 2 days in between games, and after that, to end the season, to end the season, the Kings will not have more than 1 day off. So this is really a good opportunity for us to break down some of these things. We have some Niners talk as well with the Niners and Ryan Clark saying if you're going to go rebuild, you should go full rebuild, and kind of the arguments that are happening within local media and within national media. What in the world are the Niners doing? And Ryan Clark mentions one star running back that might be moved as the Niners look to save some cash. So it is definitely a well-rounded show that we are excited for as we do start off the show with a lot of Kings talk, and we take a look at Zach LaVine and what he's done so far. And if you can separate his production from the record, right, and not just the record, from who they've actually beaten, because the record is not bad with Zach LaVine. The record is not bad since adding Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas. The problem is you haven't really beat any teams to convince anyone outside of the Rockets, who, by the way, the whole thing about beating the Rockets aren't winning the championship, right? So they have not beat a contender. I don't know that the Clippers are going to win the championship. They're probably not. So there's not a lot of opportunities to play true contenders and to beat them. Me personally, you can disagree. That's quite all right. I think there is a world where the Warriors could contend. So I think tomorrow night, the Kings, if they were to win, that would count in my book as beating a contender. They almost beat the Nuggets. They lost to the Clippers, who, again, don't know if they're a contender, in my opinion. But the rest of this month of March, they will have plenty of opportunities to show that they can hang with the big boys. Fully loaded show on a way back Wednesday. Maybe we'll get into some throwbacks before Throwback Thursday, and we're going to have a fun one. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop. Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., Kyle and I were just breaking down, and I don't want to get too excited here, but just breaking down what happens if the Clippers lose tonight. They are on a back-to-back, and I do have optimistic Allen. He has returned. Because hear me out on this, and maybe I'm crazy, and the only reason the Clippers game mattered as much as it did now is because of the tiebreaker. And obviously, you could have still lost the tiebreaker if you lose the next game against the Clippers, or if you were 2-2 and they break down, however they break down the tiebreaker when it's 2-2, right? So unless you completely win it early, right, as the Kings have an opportunity to do against the Warriors tomorrow night, you really never know what's going to happen. So hear me out on this, right? You look at the Clippers and what happened against the Kings, and I'm willing to say this, Kyle. Again, you don't have the tiebreaker. We get all that. So that is a big deal. But if you just look at this game to game, I'm willing to say that the Clippers probably beat the Pelicans if Zach LaVine makes that shot. If you see where I'm going with this. If Zach LaVine makes that shot and the Clippers lose that game in a heartbreaking fashion, I don't believe that they lose to the Pelicans 127-120. I believe that they come out very focused. We dropped a tough game with no Malik Monk, no Domantas Sabonis to the Sacramento Kings. We got to beat the brakes off the Pelicans, and I think they do that. So where I'm going with this is you essentially traded, thanks to the Pelicans, you've essentially eliminated that loss to the Kings as far as the standings are concerned. Now, yes, the tiebreaker is a tiebreaker, but honestly, I don't think that the Kings were going to win 2 games against the Clippers anyway. So I felt like, you know how I feel about the Clippers. I feel like they were always going to get that tiebreaker as the Kings have one more game against them before the season is over. So to me, the Clippers probably beat the Pelicans if the Kings lose that game. I don't think there's a world where the Clippers, especially how they've been playing, win both games, and they didn't.
I don't know if Zach LaVine hitting that shot or not hitting that shot is going to stop Zion Williamson from putting Derrick Jones Jr. in a body bag.
Well, look, I didn't watch the game. I don't, necessarily want to get into the nooks and crannies. I know he went 10 for 12, and Shaq wasn't impressed, and we'll have some fun with Shaq later.
Triple-double with 83% shooting, and Shaq was like, blah. Yeah, Zion Williamson was awesome. I feel like the best way to look at it is like both teams have now tricked off a game against the Pelicans.
Right.
Like when the Kings lost to the Pelicans at the All-Star break, it hurt because it was like...
There was no Zion in that game, too.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are going to go 3-0 or 4-0 against the Pelicans, but now it's fine because the Clippers theoretically are also going to be 3-1 against the Pelicans. So I think that I lean that way more than the if Kawhi's bounce doesn't go in or if Zach LaVine hits that buzzer beater, the Clippers come out and put away the Pelicans. Because like as weird as it is, like Zion Williamson just beat the Clippers, and I give them.
Well, he'll do that. Right, he'll do that from time to time, and it was a Zion flash game where Zion flashes how good he could be, and we say, "Wow, if he could do this consistently, he would own up to or live up to all the hype that we thought he was going to live up to."
And then he has to sit out the next game for conditioning.
Exactly. So lucky for us, the Clippers got the Pelicans on a Zion is possibly the best player or could be one of the best players in the league day. So you have all that going on. I still believe that the Clippers are just a level of focus. And again, that game took a lot out of both teams, right? The Kings had the back-to-back. The Clippers did not, but the Clippers did have to travel to New Orleans. So it's not the same as the back-to-back, but the Kings got to go home. I look here at a Heat team, and you can look at this a couple ways. They're 3-7 their last 10. I think there have been some close games where they haven't gotten over the hump. They've lost 4 in a row, right? Now you are out there back east as the Los Angeles Clippers. You just lost a game to the Pelicans. Now you got to turn around and face a hungry Heat team that are looking to get off of the losing side of things, and you know that the Clippers are coming off a back-to-back. And I don't even have a report on this. I just got to check and see, does Kawhi play back-to-backs? I don't know, so we'll see who plays for the Los Angeles Clippers. 916 is saying, wow, the copium is real today. You're damn right it is, 916, because I thought that the Clippers were going to beat the Pelicans. Now, look, this doesn't change that the Kings still have a crazy schedule in March and they have to take care of business, but there could be some opportunities where the door is still cracked open. You have here Kawhi Leonard went off for 29 points and 8 rebounds. James Harden had 25 points. I don't know what's going on this season. James Harden had 25 points and 17 assists. I feel like, and there have been some clips of your boy, Kyle, of your boy, Nikola Jokic, on some of these pass screens that are getting counted as assists, and there's a little bit of what's going on here with some of the Jokic numbers. I'm singling out Jokic because I saw those clips, but some of these assist numbers are insane. Trae Young had 20. Jokic had 20 earlier this week or late last week. James Harden has 17. I don't know what's going on with the assists, but James Harden goes off for 25 and 17. They lose by 7 to the Pelicans. The Pelicans now 18 wins. They are 18 and 48. Chris Dunn had 11. Derrick Jones Jr. had 11. Nobody else really did anything. Ivica Zubac, another double-double. He continued his great play with 19 and 11 rebounds. Trey Murphy had 21. Zion Williamson had 22, 10 rebounds, 12 assists. CJ McCollum, he showed up. He thought he was playing the Kings. Someone told him that before the game. 23 points, 7 assists. Bruce Brown Jr. has 12. Jose Alvarado has 14. Jordan Hawkins has 11. Makovich has 15. There was just no defense being played by the Clippers. And again, I think part of that is you get the overtime game. No, they didn't have the back-to-back, but they do have to hop on a plane, go all the way to New Orleans, and the Pelicans took advantage. And honestly, I do not think that the Heat are going to beat the Clippers. But I'm saying that if there was a situation where the Heat were going to beat the Clippers, it would be still coming off of that overtime victory, hopping on a plane to get the day off, but you're traveling to take on the Pelicans, losing to the Pelicans off of back-to-back, and now on the second half of back-to-back, getting a Heat team that has lost 4 straight. I will say I don't like the chances, but I like the chances better than I would typically like the chances. Okay,
so yesterday your less than optimistic Allen was coming in here and being like, at best they go 2-2, but they'll probably go 3-1 or 4-0 on the road trip.
Yes.
If the Clippers end up beating Miami, do you feel like that's just like they lost the game they should have won and they won the game they maybe should have lost?
Maybe, because what we were looking at, they got the Hornets as well. So they're beating the Hornets, right?
The Hornets and the Hawks were the other two.
Exactly. I think 2-2 is definitely possible. But if they beat the Heat, they're not losing to the Hawks, and they're obviously not losing to the Hornets. So it's either 2-2 either happens today or they go 3-1.
You really want to double down on that after you were just like, there's no way they're losing to the Pelicans?
Well, no. I said maybe I did say that, but they either beat the Heat tonight or they go 3-1. Or they lose to the Heat tonight or they go 3-1.
Let's just say we'll let the Clippers do the Clippers thing.
Well, I'm pocket watching, so
I know you're pocket watching, but pocket watching is a little bit futile at this point because, like, if it's going to be Clippers and Kings 8-9, like, you'd like to have the 8 seed because of the chance to get the 7. But ultimately, it's just going to be probably one game for the season between the Clippers and the Kings, right?
You keep saying that, but Kyle, I just disagree. You can keep saying it, and I can keep disagreeing.
It's fine. Yeah, you want to be the 8 because then you get a shot at getting the 7 if you can go on the road and win one game. But it's not the end of the world if they don't catch the Clippers. All
right, let's get to a break. On the other side, we take a look at Zach LaVine and what he's done so far in the purple, the black, the silver, all the jerseys that the Kings be wearing. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? you don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Danzig Live. With special guests Down, Aboth, and Cro-Mags. Saturday, March 22nd, 6 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Danzig.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Kyle, we can open up the phone lines here, 916-339-1140. Is the copium real, or am I on to something? Now, look, ultimately, you got to win. You got to win the games in front of you, right? None of this. The Clippers could literally lose as many games as they want to if the Kings can't start winning games and winning games against elite opponents. Yeah, none of this matters. But right now, they haven't lost to the Warriors yet. They haven't lost to the Cavs. They haven't lost to the Thunder. They haven't lost to the Celtics on this March Madness trip, right? The homestand. They haven't lost. Warriors, Suns, Grizzlies, Cavs. Now that's starting to get a little meaty, and you get a Warriors team tomorrow bringing back Jonathan Kuminga, maybe things look a bit clunky. He's not played with Jimmy Butler. We saw the same thing happen in Houston. So maybe this is the game where they're still working things out. You get a hot Zach LaVine, who's been really, really good. We're about to get into that. You get a hot DeMar DeRozan. I was looking at how they're going to get Jonathan Kuminga minutes. Maybe this is after they play the Kings, but subtracting minutes from Moses Moody, who's playing the best basketball of his career, subtracting minutes from Buddy Hield. Now that'll be easy because he is not playing the best basketball of his career, but he has his moments for them now that he's not their number 2 scoring option. So the Warriors got to work through some things. And if there's one thing that Steve Kerr has kind of been dragged about, it's some of his rotations and some of those minutes. So maybe the Kings catch the Warriors as they are doing their own transition. Maybe. And obviously the Kings will have that an away back-to-back, which is tough. You get the Warrior game, then you got to head to Phoenix. Look, I think realistically, the next 4 games, you're hopefully looking at 2-2, right? Because I don't think as bad as the Suns have been, an away back-to-back, Warriors, I know it's local, but those games always take a lot out of you. At Warriors, at Suns, I don't see them winning both those games.
And they're back-to-back.
That's right. So it's an away back-to-back. Even though it's local, you got to fly to Phoenix. You got to go to Club Phoenix and face a team in the Suns where the Suns know. Now, maybe you just get a Suns team that just doesn't care, right? And maybe you squeak out 2-0, but you go 1-1 there, and then you start the homestand, the March Madness homestand with the Grizzlies. And again, I never know when Ja Morant's playing or not. And then you get the Cavs, where, by the way, I saw the whatever's going on with Donovan Mitchell. They have such a lead in the East. They're not going to rush him. But again, he did not play last night for the Cavs. So something to keep an eye on. This is what happened. This is a good thing. And if I'm just taking a look here, again, I know the Kings just lost to the Knicks without Jalen Brunson. That was a long time ago.
Oh, boy.
So you take a look at what the Cavs got going on. The Cavs did come back against the Nets, but the Nets are bad. And after that, the Cavs do their West Coast trip, or a mini West Coast trip, where they are at Grizzlies. They host the Magic. Then after that, where are they? They're at Clippers. Then at Kings on a back-to-back. It's very possible Donovan Mitchell, whatever's going on with him, very possible he doesn't play both those games. Maybe, hey, it's the Clippers, it's Kawhi, right?
Oh, boy. Are we going to do this?
It's Clippers, it's Kawhi, and then you get the Kings, and maybe there's no Donovan Mitchell. Who knows? This thing is not over, people.
Okay,
it's
Allen.
not over.
Okay, time to check you real quick.
On what?
Do you want to know? We're going to play a quick game real quick. Do you want to know what the NBA looked like the last time the Cleveland Cavaliers lost a basketball game?
No, I'm not, Kyle. I'm not going to spend time on the Kings will probably still lose to the Cavs. Is that where you're going? Because I'm not going there.
My point is the Cavs haven't lost a basketball game in 41 days.
Okay.
The last time the Cavs lost, Jimmy Butler was on the Miami Heat and Jonas Valanciunas was a Washington Wizard.
I hear you, Kyle. You have all the information on every great team in the league, but I don't want to hear it today.
They've won 15 in a row.
I don't want to hear it today. Okay? No Donovan. That means they're due. Where I'm from, that means they're due.
So much copium.
Yeah,
my God.
That's right. That means they're due. Let's take a look at Zach LaVine and what he's done so far. And honestly, it's been really good, but without the wins against the kind of marquee opponents, I don't know that it feels as good as it should. He's the Western Conference Player of the Week last week. And, even myself said, hey, that's all fine and good. There are some games where it would have been nice for him, not just him, just to get the W. So it's less about Zach LaVine in those game situations, but specifically it was that Denver game where he didn't really show up till the end of the game. But in 15 games as a Sacramento King, Zach LaVine is averaging 23.4 points, 4.1 rebounds, 3.9 assists, 1.9 steals, basically a steal a game. shooting 50, 40, 90, which is that level, is basically, I would say, the equivalent of hitting 300 in baseball with 25 bombs, whatever it is. You are filling up the stat sheet, and you are doing it in an efficient manner. 51.4% from the field on 16.6 attempts, 41.3% from three. Remember when Zach LaVine couldn't shoot threes on the Kings and everybody was freaking out about that, including myself? On 7.3 threes a game. 90.9% from the free throw.
He went
line.
0 for 6 in the last game from 3, and he's still shooting 57% in the last, I think it's 7 games.
That's insane. That's insane. Now, somebody's probably saying, well, aren't those a bit ballooned by this game and that game against lesser opponents? Sure, but other guys aren't doing that, and there are stretches where everyone plays lesser opponents. You got to do it. So let's compare those stats with LaVine and DeRozan when they were on the Bulls, 156 games together, 23.5 points, very similar, 4.5 rebounds, 4.1 assists, 0.8 steals, 0.3 blocks, 40 on 48, 38, 86. So 48% from the field on 17.3 attempts, 37.8% from three on 6.8 attempts, and 86% from the free throw line. Obviously, we're talking about 15 games versus 156 games, but at the very least, we are on the right track.
The numbers look almost identical.
There you go. Now let's compare these numbers to De'Aaron Fox's stats between the start of the Beam Team season and being traded to the Spurs. 192 games, 25.6 points, 4.5 rebounds, 5.9 assists, 1.6 steals, 0.4 blocks on 48.3% from the field on 19.6 attempts and 34.5% from three on 6.4 threes per game and 77% from the free throw line, 77.5. So, I think that Zach LaVine, to me, production-wise, has been there. Zach LaVine just hasn't had the moments yet. And that's why people were getting on me in the Denver game. And then he made those 3 threes in a row at the end of the Denver game that didn't ultimately matter because the game was too far out of reach. And he had another opportunity to have the moment against the Clippers. And it's fine if you don't have the moment, but then you go on to lose a game. The whole team did, not Zach LaVine. So I like what I'm seeing from Zach. But when you think about that number one, and again, it's only been 15 games. So I think seeing that number puts things back into perspective to say he hasn't had that moment, to say he hasn't had that moment yet. There's plenty of time for that to happen. And he gonna have a lot of opportunities in the next 2 weeks here to have a moment. I would say a moment. This is not Ohio State, Michigan, or the Ohio State versus Michigan. I'm not saying that. But a moment would be beating down the Red Hot Warriors. Not beating down, but a moment would be defeating the Red Hot Warriors in their home after y'all got run out of the building in the first meeting with this new iteration of both teams, right? The new iteration of the Kings versus the new iteration of the Warriors with Jimmy Butler. That would put it off to a good start. 25 points in a win against the Red Hot Warriors, who everyone is on. That would be a good start.
Yeah, I feel like the moment you're talking about, though, is something like a team moment, because Zach has had his moments heat checking the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not counting that.
Yeah, but I just want to specify that you're kind of talking about like a team moment where Zach is kind of the reason why they won a game.
Yes.
I feel like, because he's had in 15 games, he's had that 42-point game against Charlotte. He's had 4 30-point games already as a Sacramento King, but obviously their best win was the Houston game where I think he had 20 points, and it was kind of a team effort along the way. So giving Zach the props, he's right there in terms of production. I think you're looking for more of a team culmination kind of moment where Zach's the reason they're winning.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at. I don't need him to drop 40 tomorrow in a loss. I mean, I guess that's a moment, but that's a very Sacramento Kings moment. I don't want that. I want a new Sacramento Kings moment. I want 25 and a W.
And wipe the memory of him missing the game winner against the Clippers out of your mind.
Exactly. Because the Heat, they're beating the Clippers tonight. I'm kidding, just kind of. On the other side,
we believe in you.
Yeah, Davion, please. With Davion just sells the game because he knows that it affects the Kings.
No, that's Terry Rozier. He also plays for the Heat.
Yeah, Terry Rozier. It's like Space Jam. Some of those clips are terrible, and Davion literally took his job. On the other side, let's discuss the Kings record, the team that they've beat, the team that they haven't beat, and how they can turn this thing around and beat some elite company during this homestand. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Meanwhile at Xfinity.
Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
You know, the balance of optimistic versus realistic and pessimistic is one that I think a lot of fans struggle with, right? Because you don't want to be hurt. And I got to be honest, that Denver game, it hurt me. It hurt me good. And I got to be honest, that Clippers game, it hurt me. It hurt me good. And 916 is chiming in on the text line. Says, our roster is mediocre. Why is it so hard for us to accept this fact? Silly season on KHTK. No wonder we're the laughing stock of the NBA. This is embarrassing, honestly. Well, let me just say this, 916. And we all appreciate you listening. But this is a job as well, right? And regardless of what you think about the roster, the season is not over, okay? So I got a boss who's listening right now. So if I sit here and say, this roster stinks, and we just sit here in silence for 4 hours, I'd probably get canned, all right? It's not a matter of the roster. And, it's funny because you could say things. I was just talking to my boss about this, about listening versus hearing, right? And I don't expect everyone to listen for 4 hours in the way of I am breaking down everything Allen is saying. That's not possible. You're working your jobs, your things like that. So sometimes you're just hearing me, but you're not listening the same way. Because we've sat here and we've talked about the fact that it's not whether the roster is good or not, right? As far as the players. That's why I use the equivalent of a Las Vegas buffet. One that no disrespect, a 3-year-old makes, where there's just not a lot of, doesn't make a lot of sense. You got prime rib, you got pizza, you got ice cream, all legit things to eat, but they do not make sense. And then on top of that, you throw in the element of timing, right? And how this team and the timeline where they've been together is closer to a November team timeline with no training camp. Whitey added yesterday during our great crosstalk, with no training camp, by the way, than it is that the March actual timeline that they're in with a month left. So I don't personally think that the roster is mediocre. I don't necessarily think that the roster is extremely talented. I don't think the roster is elite, but it is a good roster put in a bad situation, which makes it look maybe more mediocre than it actually is. And even if that's your opinion, 916, the reality is this season is not over. If you think the season is over, that's your opinion. But you can listen to 3 shows today here on the station, and you're going to get 3 different takes. And I know Carmichael Dave, if him or his wife or both of them are sitting there on their couch listening together, they're probably saying the same thing, right? You have 2 lanes here, and me being the only solo show, there are different lanes that you need to weave in and out of. I don't think I will ever be accused of being too positive, definitely not positive, but I also don't think I will be accused of being far too negative, because the reality is this team cannot be looked at the way you look at the Cleveland Cavaliers, the way you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, the way you look at the Celtics, the way you look at the Grizzlies, the way you look at any of these teams. Because no other team outside of, the Warriors, who are one of the strongest organizations, top down from their PR staff, they get awards, to the actual result on the court. So they can handling Jimmy Butler, where all those guys are AARP anyway, and they know it's the last dance. I don't even know if they could have handled it 3-4 years ago. And I'm lauding the Warriors, and Draymond punched the dude, and he got traded, and he berated Kevin Durant, and they lost him.
And also Bob Myers quit.
And Bob Myers said, I don't want any part of that anymore. I think I've seen enough. So most of these teams are not dealing with what the Kings are dealing with. So it's not a matter of whether the roster is mediocre. It doesn't ultimately matter what the roster is or isn't, because of all the other things that have worked through that. And you can choose each day whether or not you're going to wake up and say, oh, ho hum, this team stinks. And you can do that. It's a free country. But I'm choosing not to do that. Now, am I going to be ticked off when they lose by 30 to the Knicks with no Brunson? Yes. But again, the Clippers last night lose to the Pelicans. And even if they don't lose to the Pelicans, I don't think they're going to come out of the 9 seed, and I've said that multiple times. But Kyle could be right. They could come out of the 9 seed. It's possible. We don't police how you fan. But to text in and expect me to join the depressed bandwagon for 4 hours when this is how I put food on my table, that's no fun for anyone. My daughter doesn't deserve that. My wife doesn't deserve that. My 2 cats don't deserve that. And other listeners don't deserve that. So you can be sad, 916. You can be sad. But that is not what is going to work for, honestly, the rest of KC. And I get on people for being too positive. I roast other hosts on this station all the time. But it can't just be, for you as a listener, it can be, this team's mediocre, period. For me, it can't be that. For Kyle, it can't be that. For all the other hosts and producers here, it cannot be that. And you know that, 916. So I don't know why people expect certain things or expect us to sit here and just say, oh, this team stinks, and sit in silence for 4 hours. That's not it.
Do you feel better getting that off your chest?
I mean, I feel the way I feel.
Yeah, I know. It felt like
it's a familiar number. So to me, it's just like, you've heard me rip the team, right? You've heard me rip the team a lot. So then you decide not to rip the team, and it's no, rip the team, or not even rip the team. Just that's my favorite. That's my favorite thing. We know who this team is. Okay, then go to your accounting job and do what you need to do. That's not an option for me. Those are the most useless texts and useless sack chats that I come across. We know what this team is, Allen. Cool. You can know that. And go off and do whatever it is to put food on your table for your family. I can't do that.
Well, I think there's a difference there, right? For example, do you think that I am optimistic or pessimistic about the Kings, if you had to guess?
I would say optimistic.
You think, based on what I've said and what we've talked about, you would say I'd lean optimistic.
I would.
Okay. Because I feel like I'm optimistic, but also told you at the All-Star break, this team's going to be in the 9-10 game, and said when they fired Mike Brown, they probably just punted on the season. But I'm also optimistic because I've adjusted the expectation at this point. And right. I feel like the adjusted expectation is the thing that's different between optimistic and pessimistic. People who think the team is having this awful, terrible season probably thought they were going to win 50 games at the start of the year. And at some point, that expectation has to be adjusted, because I look at it as this season could have gone way worse. When you fire your head coach 31 games into the season and trade your all-NBA point guard at the trade deadline, regardless of whether you get a better player back in return.
Yeah.
Look at the Lakers right now. They just traded for Luka, and they're a better team, but they're not a championship contender because they have to completely rebuild that roster this offseason around those guys. So even when you make that trade mid-season, for all the reasons you outlined, no training camp, rebuilding the plane in the sky, as Doug Christie said, basically being in November with this group, for all those reasons, you essentially punt on the season. And so if the Kings, after all of that, end up in a better spot than where they were last year, tremendous success. If they get a 7-game playoff series, tremendous success this season, because it could have gone completely off the rails.
Now, again, we're not the success. What's funny is the success is for the players, right? Because I'm not going to give, I don't know how much credit I should give Monty McNair for cleaning up a mess that virtually he made, right? For not being able to get De'Aaron what he wants in a wing. This is before this year. The culmination of why this year became a mess is because of decisions that the front office made. So I'm not, if you get a playoff series, I'm saying, wow, good on Doug. Good on that team.
Yes.
But I'm not going to give Monty McNair a cookie because they were able to sneak in and basically make up for the mistakes that he made.
And what you exactly described is why I saved our grades for the Kings when we did that during the All-Star break, so we can go back and assign values to those players at the end of the season and where we assign the most credit, where we assign the most blame, because even at the All-Star break, you were giving kudos to the coaching staff, and I was saying, if you fire your head coach, how can you have that level of success?
Right.
So maybe I'm assigning more credit to the players than maybe you would be, but I think both of us are kind of in agreement on the Monty McNair aspects of it. So
no, I'll give the players plenty of credit, and Doug. Yeah. I'm saying I don't know how much credit to give Monty McNair.
And that's where we can come back at the end of the season. If they get to the playoffs and they get boat raced by Oklahoma City, we can come back at the end of the season and say, we agree it was a tremendous success given the circumstances. How did we get there?
On the other side, we get into that sound from Jonas Valanciunas as he says something that I think a lot of us will agree with as far as the playing style. They're not really sure what their identity is. And he said that, and we're going to break down what we think it is. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I feel so alone. I'm embarrassed to talk about it.
How can I help my kid if I can't help myself?
I can't remember when I wasn't stressed.
I don't want to.
When you feel overwhelmed by your thoughts and emotions, it's okay to get help. You are not alone. CalHope is here for you with free, safe, and confidential mental health resources for youth, young adults, families, and you. Find support now at calhope.org.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, it's Ram Truck Month. The sales event's going on right now, and I know that means heavy discounts.
It's not just a discount. It's big discounts on hard-to-find Ram heavy duties. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. When you need a hard-to-find truck, Hoblet has it, with over 500 new Rams available.
Just one of the many reasons Hoblet always ranks as one of the biggest and best Ram dealers in all of America.
And we are proud of that. But we don't just sell Rams. You have to check out the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with 200 vehicles available and 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$16,000 total net savings after $71.29 factory rebates and $88.71 dealer discounts. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $66.29 West BC standalone 10% below MSRP. 5 vehicles at this net savings. Simple VIN 316786. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
916 responded, I love the show. That never changes, but I'm frustrated riding the roller coaster based on each game's results. I mean, well, there's a month left. There's literally 18 games. That's literally where we're at. When you do that, and again, we understand that this team is not winning a championship, right? So we all understand that. We didn't think that, I don't think, at the beginning of the season, even before De'Aaron got traded and Mike Brown was still the coach. We've been wanting second round for the last 3 years here. Where we're at right now with 18 games left, yeah, we're going to react to each game because each game matters that much. When it's November or December, obviously you're working towards something. And there's still big picture conversations. It's March. Literally every game, quite literally, it is a roller coaster. That's where they're at right now, between the 8 seed and the 9 seed. Giving yourself 2 chances to get into the playoffs and giving yourself one chance, right? One mulligan you get if you're the 7-8 seed, and you for sure at the very worst, you will have a chance to win, and you're in at home if you're 7 or 8 seed. That is without a doubt. If you lose, you will have a chance to go to the playoffs on your home court. That is the difference between 7, 8, and 9, 10. So yeah, in March, things will change based on each day's results.
I mean, I'll also say to the 916, if you're feeling frustrated riding the roller coaster, then don't.
Right.
Because it does not make you less of a fan if you don't ride the emotional highs and lows of each result. You are still a great fan even if you don't do that.
Because like I said, and that's the big picture here. And that's why if we look at the roster that's why I'm not trying to look at the roster big picture right now, as much as tough as it is, because they still have games to play. Because we know what it is. We know that they're probably going to need a point guard. And we know, as many people keep asking, how can they keep Jake LaRavia? They're probably not going to keep Jake LaRavia. We know that things need to happen in the offseason. And we don't know if DeMar DeRozan is going to want to come back. Right? We don't know any of these things. So it might not seem like the ride is enjoyable when you're losing to the Nuggets the way you lost to the Nuggets, and you're losing to the Clippers when you lost to the Clippers. But we have all summer to kind of get to the down and dirty of what this team kind of actually is. So with that being said, as we move forward into what the team's identity is right now, and whether or not they even have one. All right, Kyle, let's get to that Jonas Valanciunas sound, which made my ears perk up when I heard it, because these guys are being honest, if nothing else, and I think we can all appreciate this. Here's what he had to say.
I don't know. We can look for excuses. We can look for reasons, but it's on us. It's on us tonight. It was embarrassing. We didn't come out with the energy. We didn't play our game. So we got to be better. Simple as that. I know it's not easy to do, but yeah, we got to find energy. We got to find our style of play and be better.
We got to find our style of play. So since the All-Star break, they've gone from playing within the flow of the offense, but we're also playing some bad teams. Domantas Sabonis gets hurt, and they went to an offense by committee. Then Malik Monk got hurt, and it turned into the DeMar DeRozan show, and sometimes featuring Zach LaVine against the Clippers. They alternated between DeRozan and LaVine being the focal points of the offense, with Valanciunas playing the point center. So, yeah, and I think that's the toughest part about this. There was already a question about finding their identity. Then you have to find your identity amongst injuries, right? So Malik Monk goes out, who is the closest thing you have to a point guard. I think he is a better point guard than a lot of people give him credit for. But you have Malik Monk go out. You have Domantas Sabonis go out, who is a huge part of your production, rebounding the basketball, assisting the basketball, scoring the basketball. So I will give them a little bit of grace just because of the injuries, but this was already kind of an issue before Malik and Jonas Valanciunas got hurt. And we got to be honest with ourselves about that. And going back to the clip from yesterday with Doug Christie, when he kind of corrected the question to say that we do run plays, I'm not trying to use the timing as an excuse, but that's the reality. It's 15 games. Within those 15 games, now you have a couple games without Malik Monk. Now you have a couple games without Domantas Sabonis. So as far as Zach LaVine is concerned, so this is just a complete mess. And while offensively, it's a mess at times. That's how I meant to say it. So, it's a lot of DeMar DeRozan. They're not really backing down from the fact that it's a lot of DeMar DeRozan. They're kind of just saying, hey, this is what it is. This is what we're doing, and we're going to rock and roll from here. But we have learned now that they are out-talenting teams. They are beating teams that they are supposed to beat, which has been an issue. And I don't know what to do with New York. Did they have more talent than the Knicks? I don't know, maybe, but you got different circumstances, back-to-back, things like that. They are
very similar teams.
Very similar teams. They probably should have won being at home, but you throw in the back-to-back, you throw in overtime, and you're still missing Domantas Sabonis, even though they were missing Brunson.
I mean, the Knicks were 3-point favorites.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that game, I don't really know what to do with. But besides that, the teams that you are clearly better than, you are taking care of business against them. That's what we do know for the most part. You are taking care of business against them. The issue is there is not enough structure to beat talent teams that have as much talent as you, or maybe more, or maybe just a better team, right? So you lose to the Clippers, who you did not have more talent than. You lose to the Nuggets, who you did not have more talent than. Or at the very least, with the Clippers, you could argue it was the same. It was pretty close, right? So this type of basketball that you're playing right now, I can't, as much as Zach LaVine is averaging over 20 on 50, 40, 90, and DeMar DeRozan is destroying his averages and just he's balling out of control. Nobody can argue that. But this was the same argument in Chicago, which kind of gets dispelled because of injury. Is it leading to winning? DeMar DeRozan, compared to his career numbers, he is averaging one more point a game. He's at 22.1. His career average 21.3. His total rebounds 4 to 4, and assists exactly the same. So this is who he's been. He's nearly 5% better shooting the basketball from three-point land. He's been better from the free throw line. He's been better from the field. He's been better with his effective or efficient field goal at 51.6 instead of 48. So in all aspects, he's been better, but it hasn't led to winning basketball so far. I want to take a look at and if you're curious, well, is he taking a bunch more shots? The answer is no. 23-24, he actually took more. DeMar DeRozan took 17.2 last season in Chicago, And a couple years ago, 21-22, he took 20 a game, and he was an all-star. 22-23, he was an all-star. He took 17.6. He's actually down just barely, but at 16.7. So his numbers aren't up because he's chucking the basketball more. He's playing well. They're playing well, but it is not translating against better teams. And that is where Doug Christie, and I think that's what Jonas Valanciunas is kind of speaking to. Obviously, numbers don't tell the whole story. De'Aaron Fox leaves. Domantas Sabonis has been injured. But, you know, you're in this position for a reason. You're in this position because you weren't winning games, right? The reason it's a roller coaster, I'll tell you who's not in a roller coaster, the New York Knicks, because they have a 4-game lead in the 3 seed. I'll tell you who's not in a roller coaster, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Who's not in a roller coaster, the Thunder. So they're in a roller coaster for a reason. And now we're just trying to see, can they make it through the loop-de-loop of the Medusa? That's where we're at right now. 916-339-1140. Let's get to JR. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
You dropped a Medusa.
That's right.
People in NorCal get it.
That's right. You know, that green roller coaster. I loved it. I loved it.
There's an old movie called Parenthood, where a Steve Martin movie where the grandma was great. She talked about people that like to ride the Ferris wheel, nice, calm, controlled.
Right.
You know what was going to go on. Or there were the people that loved the roller coaster, unpredictable twists and turns.
That's right.
And I think I love the roller coaster. We love that. That's why you're a fan of a team, is to be in this situation. Yeah, great to win a championship, maybe be one of those front runners that root for that team down in LA, or, you know, maybe even that Cleveland team this year. But no, roller coaster is where we want to be right now. This is a good spot. I mean, you never know. That's what's great, is you never know with this team.
You don't. It could all click, JR. Thanks for the optimism here, or it could not. And honestly, we already know what the worst case scenario. That's the thing about being, I guess, pessimistic, and I know I fall into it, but we already know what the worst case scenario. I mean, the very worst case scenario is they never win a game and they fall out of the play-in. Right. The second worst case scenario is they're the 10 seed, which isn't far different than the 9 seed. I don't even know who's the team that would even mess around and get the 9 seed off the. I mean, could it be the Mavericks? I guess it would be the Suns or the Raptors.
No, wait, the Raptors
or the Suns? I was looking at somebody playing the Raptors, the Suns or the Blazers.
No, those teams are dead to rights. It's going to be Dallas. The 10-9 is going to be Dallas and somebody.
So, you know, and Dallas is in a similar spot. I mean, I think Dallas is actually in a worse spot based on who they traded, obviously. So at worst, you got to go to Dallas and take on a Mavericks team who I guess at that point had gotten hot, or not even gotten hot. You struggled because you played the cream of the crop in the NBA. It was a rough go. The Mavericks beat some teams. Maybe they beat some bad teams, and they snuck in and were able to get the 9 seed. So you got to go to Dallas, and I don't think anybody would be worried about going to Dallas. So we already know what the worst case scenario is. So why not look at what the best case scenario is? Because we don't know what that is. Best case scenario, these guys just, it clicks and they keep winning. But we already know what the worst case scenario is. And right now, you know, you're barely winning. You're barely getting by against these better opponents, and really you're not getting by. You're losing games. But at the same time, there's still a lot that they can evolve into, right? Can they do it in the allotted time that they have? That's what I don't know. And will they get the opportunity? You know, the other thing, people chiming in, and I know we got to get to the other side, people chiming in, give this team a full camp, and you never know what could happen. I don't know that they're going to get that full camp. And that's what we're being told. That's what I've been told. You know, they don't make the playoff. If you make the playoffs, you buy a longer timeline. Maybe, right? Because we know how important it is to make the playoffs. You don't make the playoffs, and I don't know, number one, a DeMar DeRozan who doesn't make the playoffs, does he want to be there? Somebody has to want to trade for him, but does he want to be there? And number two, how does the ownership, how does the front office view this roster? Do they view it the same way some fans view it, to say, if you give Doug, this crew, a full training camp, they could be blank? Because ultimately, I think the better answer is, even with the full training camp, what is it that they could become? Is that going to make them, could they be championship level? So a lot of the questions are, what are we actually trying to accomplish, which is what a lot of people have griped about the Kings in recent memory. On the other side, we keep the conversation going. We look at the Kings' next 5 games where, yeah, it gets hot, but it does cool off a little bit. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Hey, everybody. Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, sometimes you just don't want to buy brand new. I get it. I understand. Sometimes you just want to try something out. Maybe go for a lease. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the place for you. They have great lease offers starting at $297 a month. That's right, $297 a month. You know, for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the community. Whether you're buying, whether you're leasing, they're the ones you can trust. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet of lease vehicles. They have certified pre-owned vehicles as well, starting at just 3.49% on select models from 2021, 22, and 23. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Tell them your boy Drape sent you, and trust me, they'll take care of you. They're a partner you can trust. Or you can always go online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Trying to figure out the Kings and what their identity is offensively and what it should be. That's one thing we didn't really discuss. You get healthy. That's number one. And I said this last week, and Malik kind of spoke to this. The reality is this team should be more of a transition team. They should get out and run. They have good shooters. I don't mind a transition 3 from Zach. There are at least 2 to 3 guys on the court at all times that I don't mind a transition 3 from. I don't mind a transition 3 from Zach LaVine. I don't mind a transition 3 from Keon Ellis. I don't mind a transition 3 from Keegan Murray. And those are the types of plays that can really ignite a team and get the ball rolling. The issue is, and this is what Malik talked about, you can't get out. It's hard to get out into transition when you're taking the ball out of the hoop. In order to be a transition team, you have to play some level of defense. And they had been playing some level of defense, but Malik wasn't in the game, right? So again, going back to ultimately the construction of this roster, Malik is the guy that can push the basketball for you. And I would say Zach LaVine to a certain degree. But when Malik is in, it's not all on Malik. But when Malik is in and Keon Ellis is out, your defense isn't as good. And when Keon Ellis is in, your defense is better, but you don't have anyone to push the basketball. So the issue is they're probably built with Zach LaVine, his ability to be flight number 8 is taken off, right? And to shoot the basketball and to shoot tough shots in transition, whether he's guarded or not. And the ability of Domantas Sabonis to pass the basketball and taking advantage of his crazy rebounding ability, they should get into transition way more. The issue is they're not doing that because they can't get stops. And if you can't get stops, you can't get into transition. They're essentially a transition team missing the defense. So then when you get into the half court, yeah, no wonder you're seeing a lot of DeMar because he's probably a top 5 half court player in the league. And if you remove centers, he might be the best half court player in the league or top 3. So the half court offense, and I guess now we evolve into, okay, Allen, well, if they're not going to be a transition offense because they can't get into transition because they can't get stops, how do they make their half court offense look better? How do they make their half court offense look more sustainable? And that's really a question for Doug Christie and what he is trying to figure out day after day after day. You run certain plays, and he talked about breaking the shot clock up into threes. And again, that first set of 8 in the shot clock, you're bringing up the basketball from that miss. So you don't even or from that make. So you don't even have as much time as you would have if it is off a miss, right? So you're trying to break this shot clock down into threes like Doug is doing. You're really only getting the second and the second and third pieces of the shot clock because you're not stopping teams. They have been playing good. And let me put it to you like this. You're not really stopping good teams, right? They look great because they're getting stops against teams like the Hornets that can't shoot, and they're throwing up bricks all over the place. You're not seeing it's all a snowball from not being able to defend above average NBA players. That's what this is.
I guess we don't have a sample size for it right now, but I saw on the broadcast they were talking about the Kings having a top 10 defensive rating since the All-Star break.
Yes. And again, who have they played since the All-Star break?
But it would be interesting to see if there's a different defensive rating between the above 500 teams and the below 500 teams. I don't think we can do that right now because there's just not enough of a sample size.
I don't know if they haven't played enough above 500 teams.
That's what I'm saying. It's like 4 games that they've played, but I guess obviously against Charlotte, they held them under 100. They held Jazz under 100. Like there's a number of games there against the worst of the worst offenses where the defense looked fine. And against very specific teams, they have looked good on defense. So I don't want to just dismiss the defense all outright. I think Keegan's done a tremendous job. I think Valanciunas has done as good of a job as you could ask playing the center position and not being a strong defensive center. It's just the Levine and DeRozan tandem that is kind of a killer. And by the way, Doug is adjusting to that. Levine and DeRozan have kind of done the alternating quarters thing with Keegan and Keon on the floor at the same time, and you've seen more LaRavia. So I think they're accounting for that in some of the rotations they've chosen, but how much of that is they're also just shorthanded?
So that is, and I know Whitey and Draper kind of went back and forth about the Clippers game because it was good defense or bad offense, right? Because I'd have just off the top of my head thinking about, hey, how contested were some of those shots? Yeah, I mean, I think to Whitey's point, they probably missed some shots that they shouldn't have missed if you're the Clippers. But I'm not going to just say it's all the Clippers, and I'm not going to give any credit. I don't think Whitey was doing that, and I'm not going to give any credit to the Kings. It's probably somewhere in the middle on that one.
But the barometer for great defense in the NBA, and people don't talk about this enough. The best defense in the NBA is forcing a shot clock violation because that means there's a 0% chance you're going to score. So I recall in the final 5 minutes of that game, you had Keegan Murray force Kawhi to throw the ball away when Kawhi was trying to get into his bag on the offensive side of the floor. You had James Harden get stripped by Keon Ellis, leading to a fast break score. So sometimes the best defense is the plays that result in 0 shots. So when the Clippers, the non-James Harden and Kawhi Clippers shoot 50% from the 3-point line, that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's the fact that they only took 13 3-pointers that can be a marker of positive defense, which is why defense is so hard to evaluate in the modern NBA.
Yeah, and you can take a look at turnovers, but sometimes those turnovers are unforced, right? And if you want to get into the kind of nitty-gritty of unforced turnovers versus forced turnovers, I mean, just based on the eye test, right? It feels, like I said, I'm somewhere in the middle. I think that the Kings play pretty good defense, but the Clippers probably missed some shots that they feel like they could have made. And they shot, 32%? Let's get to the other side. They shot about 32% from 3 when the Kings, 26 or something ridiculous like that, not able to get it done. So some teams have been getting it done since the trade deadline, and let's see where the Kings fall on that list, and we know who's at the top. Somebody I wanted so badly on the Kings, and there was never any smoke, there was never any fire, and now he is on arguably the best team in the league. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Northwest Exterior.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Wednesday, get ready for the rain and the wind. We will have periods of showers on and off again throughout the morning commute. For the afternoon, things get a little steadier and heavier. Winds are going to gust up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. High temperatures today in the 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Northwest Exteriors wants to keep you cool all season long. Trusted in Sacramento for heating and cooling systems. Book your tune-up today as part of our 30th anniversary special. Call 888-TRUST-NW or visit trustnorthwest.com.
Simply the best. Trust Northwest.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary. Not guaranteed.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news. They're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you. Full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Save $11,000 off MSRP on every new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT Turbo Max. After rebates at the Meta Chevy Silverado Super Center. $11,000 off new Silverado at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles. You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140 on Sacktown Sports.
This name was never connected to the Sacramento Kings, much to my chagrin. And look, this team was already good. Don't get me wrong. We're the best team in the NBA.
On pace to have the 7th best record in NBA history.
And there was never any smoke to this fire as much as I wanted there to be. Nobody really talked about it. He was just weirdly coming off of the bench for the Atlanta Hawks. He dealt with injury. And, one of those guys who, where do I fit in? I'm 27 years old, 26, 27 years old, not a spring chicken. And DeAndre Hunter just randomly gets traded to the Cavs, and he's been outstanding for the Cavs. So which teams have been the best since the trade deadline? The Cavs 14-0. And it's not necessarily all because of DeAndre Hunter, but one of those games that I watched where Donovan Mitchell did not play, DeAndre Hunter went off for, I think, 5 threes or something like that. So just one of those guys that is super versatile, just good frame on him, good size, and I don't even know what the Cavs gave up. It was one of their shooters. I remember that. It was one of their shooters.
I know it was Karis.
That's right. It was Karis LeVert, and, it was more of, I'm assuming, a couple picks.
All right, so let's see. We have DeAndre Hunter for Karis LeVert, Georges Niang, 3 future second-round picks, and 2 first-round pick swaps.
Yeah, there you go. So it's healthy. Don't get me wrong. That's healthy.
Yeah.
It's not a crazy haul for the Hawks, but it's a value haul. It's a good value haul for the Hawks, for a team that doesn't really know what they're doing either. And Karis is going to help, and we got some second-rounders, some pick swaps in case that team stinks or this team stinks. So, yeah, they go on to get DeAndre Hunter, the Cavs.
The Hawks were more so like adjusting their timeline, right?
Right.
They got rid of Hunter and they got rid of Bogdanovich, and they got players that don't necessarily align, but gives their young players a chance to play more.
Exactly. Hey, maybe we can get you some postseason experience in a play-in. The Thunder didn't do anything. They've still cooked at 13-3. The Pistons are 12-3 and being disrespected like crazy to Shaquille O'Neal. I don't know where all this stuff is going to land. If you have been on social media, you've probably seen Shaq getting roasted about not knowing who Chauncey Billups was the coach for. He thought Chauncey Billups was the coach for the Pistons. There's another clip of him just not really being impressed with the Pistons. There's another clip of him talking bad, not really being impressed with what Zion did and his extremely efficient triple-double. So I don't really know where any of that is going to land, but the Pistons, they are the best. And now the hot thing, if you want to go viral on Elon's social media platform X, just post about the TNT guys not caring about the league or talking bad about the league, because every single post is going viral right now. There you go. I'll take 5% if you do end up going viral off the top there.
Sure. It's basically like complaining John Mulaney doesn't talk enough about sports.
It's what everybody is doing now, and it's working. So there you go. I haven't done it, but you can go on.
They're comedians who happen to talk about basketball.
So the Pistons 12-3. They did get Lindy Waters III, and they also got Dennis Schroeder as well from the Warriors. They've been cooking. And the Pistons, to me, real quick, they're pretty much they feel like, and maybe it's just because of beef stew, but they just got into it with some other team. They feel like the Houston Rockets of the East, but obviously they have their full-on number 1 scorer of the future in Cade Cunningham, but they feel very Houston Rocket-y to me, because they're always chippy with someone. They're always getting into it. They're back in relevance, and they don't really know how to act. I think the difference is, number 1, they're in the East, so a little bit of a easy road there. And number 2, they know who their future leader and future star is in Cade Cunningham. And I would say they have a couple more. The Rockets have vets too, because I was going to say Tobias Harris and some of the guys, but they very much remind me of the Rockets of the East. They might be a little bit more under control than the Rockets.
Orlando fumbled the bag, man. They should have been the Rockets of the East.
They were supposed to be, but you know what? Orlando, whatever their whatever their win total is set at next season, I would take the over because they dealt with some crazy injuries and KCP forgetting how to shoot the basketball.
But I don't know what to do with the fact that it's like they are significantly better when Paolo Banchero is not on the floor record-wise. I just don't know what to do with that.
Well, I think the thing is they've just, again, suffered from not finding their shooters, right? I think Paolo Banchero is going to, and people say the clips all the time, Paolo Banchero needs to follow the LeBron path, and a huge part of the LeBron path is give me shooters, and they don't have that. So I don't know why. I don't really care why they're better without Paolo Banchero, but because the future is Paolo Banchero, that team and that roster just hasn't made a ton of sense. But I would hammer the over. But they're not on this list. They stink, and they're going to have to figure it out next season.
But the Pistons are the new Magic, so good for them.
Pistons leapfrog the Magic. A lot of leapfrogging in the NBA this season.
The Rockets comparison is funny because guess who was the number 2 pick in the Cade Cunningham draft? Jalen Green.
That's right. And I know what to do with Cade Cunningham. Don't know what to do with Jalen Green quite yet. Number 4, close your ears if you're on that haterade. The Warriors at 12-3, so they're tied with the Pistons for the 3rd best record since the Thank you, Draymond. They obviously traded for Jimmy Butler. That's the big move there. So they sit at 12-3 post the trade deadline. The Celtics at 11-3. They didn't do anything, and honestly, they haven't even really been healthy. I think they finally got Drew Holiday back. We never know when Porzingis actually plays basketball.
But hey, they play the Thunder tonight, but Jason Tatum also might not play.
Well, Jalen Williams is out too, so that might even things up a bit. Jason Tatum, dealing with something. There are a lot of just nicks right now where if you have a little bit of leeway, you're going to make sure your guys are rested heading into this final stretch of the season, which kind of just combines with the playoffs. You just kind of rock and roll from there. The Lakers sitting at 11-4. Obviously, they trade for Luka and they lose Max Christie and Anthony Davis. And right now they're playing without LeBron. So we will see what happens with them. The Nuggets Kyle's favorite team sits at 10-4. Didn't make a move, but they've just kind of figured it out. And they were even playing well, I feel like, before, or was it going into the All-Star break? So that was obviously after the trade deadline. The Bucks at 9-6, they traded for the best king that never was, Kyle Kuzma. The T-Wolves at 9-6, they just got Julius Randle back, and Naz Reid is on a crazy timeline where he's just getting very, very much better every single day, and he's already very good.
And someone is going to cash him out, and that someone might be the Timberwolves.
Yes. So I know the Timberwolves can't really afford to lose him, but he will have his pick of the litter at the end of this season. They're sitting at 9-6, and the Kings with an opportunity to go 9-6 tomorrow night against the Warriors. They sit at number 10 on this list for best records since the trade deadline at 8-6. So again, not bad, right? But you're already, again, for a November team, we'd be feeling very good about 8-6 and all the moves that the Kings have made. 8-6 with tough loss to the Nuggets, the tough loss to the Clippers. You easily could be sitting at 10-4, which would put you, right in the thick of it at number 6 on this list, right there with the Lakers. But that isn't, and with the Nuggets, but that isn't what happened. And, the Kings now have to continue to make up for some of these games, and they have their toughest stretch of the season coming up next. So looking at these teams, I do think it puts into perspective the changes that were made, but it's also based on what these teams lost, right? The Cavs, they felt maybe a little bit redundant with Karis LeVert. They got a Max Strus. They got guys that can shoot the basketball. They get somebody that they need in DeAndre Hunter. They rock and roll. And they were already rocking and rolling. Don't get me wrong. The Pistons, Lindy Waters and Dennis Schroeder maybe shored up some backup PG responsibilities for Cade Cunningham. Thunder didn't make a move. They're just on another level. The Warriors making that move for Jimmy Butler. Again, Warriors just look like a different situation to me. They are such a well-oiled machine, and they truly needed somebody like Jimmy Butler. There were question marks about Jimmy's fit, but the basketball IQs out there in the Bay are just off the charts. You look at Luka. The Luka one, I think, is probably the most interesting. But what's funny is you could even put Luka in a different category because of his ability to shoot the basketball, to pass the basketball. So even though you lose Anthony Davis, Anthony Davis wants to be a wing, but with the Lakers, he was a big. So Luka, to me, is still tough, even though that's probably the best comparison to the Kings, but you have a Zach LaVine who's not Luka Doncic, so is not a generational player. So there's only really one team that traded for a number one that's not generational, or a number one or number two that's not generational and not playing with 3 future Hall of Famers, and that's the Sacramento Kings. And I do think the record kind of shows that that's just what they did. It's Zach LaVine's a good player, maybe a little overpaid. A lot of people think he's going to do some good things for you. He's not going to change your franchise. I would say this, not going to change your franchise based on the other pieces that you have right now.
Well, there is a second deadline move that isn't resulting in that, and that's the San Antonio Spurs.
That's true, too, but we are going to be the bigger men here and not get into the San Antonio Spurs because no Wemby, right? And he was out there in Sacramento, and we wish them all the best moving forward. We wish Wemby health. That is first and foremost. On the other side, the OKC disrespect has been insane. A lot of disrespect happening for these small markets, but I thought everybody wanted parity. Apparently not. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99 with the ultra bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super fast 5G network. See, isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge taxed with sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came back to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Shop top brand tires at Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through March 16th at Big O Tires, get up to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Toyo tires. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
I feel like we haven't really disrespected the Oklahoma City Thunder. The only team I continually disrespect is the Denver Nuggets, and I'll wear that on my own. But a lot of teams out there, or I guess the media in general, seem to be disrespecting the Oklahoma City Thunder. Last season, I think it was kind of warranted because it was their first year and nobody saw this coming. This season, I think, far less warranted, but there is a part of me that doesn't know how much the league is disrespecting the Thunder and how much of this is about just the fact that they haven't done it yet. And you get disrespected until you do it, right? The Warriors, a jump shooting team, will never win the championship. This is kind of part of it. It's kind of a coming of age thing for the Thunder. Hey, we all want the Thunder. Okay, if you're the Thunder, okay. That's what you want. That's what you're going to get.
It worked out great last year.
Well, right, yeah, if the Thunder won the whole thing or even got to the finals, I don't think people would be talking like this.
Yeah, I picked them to win the West last year when we got to the playoffs, and I'm still disappointed that they lost to Dallas because they totally could have beaten Dallas.
Yeah, and who knows what would have happened there, but you live and you learn, and each season you get better and better. Let's hear from Brian Windhorst and what he had to say about the disrespect.
I don't mean to have to be the guy who is defending Oklahoma City day in and day out on this program, but my God, is there an incredible amount of disrespect for this team. I hear it every day. I hear it implicitly from other people I talk to in the league. I hear it implicitly from players out there who are like, yeah, we'll be all fine with on the same side of the bracket as Oklahoma City. They just don't respect them. And I go, why? This team, no, look, they're not a perfect team. And if you want to create a case for why they do have flaws. And they got a problem tonight because Jalen Williams, their second leading scorer, is out. And I think the Celtics are just going to double team Shea when it matters. But this team is awesome. They defend. They dominate on that end of the court. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is absolutely one of the most efficient scorers we've seen in this era. I mean, this guy scores 30 points without breaking a sweat, and he does it every single night. He leads the league in free throws. He scores, without using a lot of energy, so he's always got energy in the fourth quarters of these games. They have length, they have depth, they have size, they have matchup versatility that they can switch on all the wings. This team is absolutely capable of winning a championship. Now, I get it. They're the youngest team in the league, and you look at any league in any sport, you're never going to respect the youngest team. I'm not expecting the people to cower from them. But my gosh, I can't believe how little respect there is paid to a team that had 57 wins last year and is on the way to 65, 67 wins this year.
That was Brian Windhorst.
He sounds absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like he's like, I can't, like, am I in crazy land type of talk?
Well, I think the big thing is, to me, I just don't really feel like the Thunder are being, I think they were disrespected, me personally, and maybe it's just the circles that we're in, as we're more in Kings land than anything else, but I don't hear the Thunder being disrespected anywhere close to what they were last season, where it was, I don't really hear about, and I don't watch that much First Take, but I don't hear about and maybe it's because the Lakers are not in that position, because it's all based on the teams that have the household names beating the team that doesn't have the household name yet. So last season, when the Lakers were in the play-in and the Warriors were in the play-in, you're just picking. That's the thing, though. The only teams you're not picking over the Thunder are those teams that have those names, but it's not just the Thunder, right? The only teams that you would not pick over the Lakers or the Warriors, that team's the Thunder. Why? Or excuse me, the Nuggets. Why? Because they won it. It's just about, have you won it yet or not? To me, when is the last time a team has been, and I think the same, whatever's happening on the East, I think everyone is probably still picking the Celtics because they won it. When is the last time a team that hasn't won it been the big bad wolf before they won it, right?
Oh, I understand them not being feared from the player's standpoint. They're like, whatever, we'll take on anyone.
Right.
If it's front offices and pundits that he's talking to that are like, yeah, whatever, OKC, blah.
But I think it's the same thing. They haven't won it yet.
Yeah, but I feel like that's lazy analysis, right?
But when was it not? If that's lazy analysis, then it's always been lazy analysis.
Of course, yes. The Charles Barkley, you can't win with a jump shooting team was ridiculous. It was terrible analysis, but they
hadn't done it yet. So I don't really mind him right or wrong. The Warriors hadn't done it yet.
But just because you haven't done it yet doesn't mean that you don't deserve respect or consideration. I feel like the NBA, I feel like, is doing themselves a disservice because there's a very good chance that one of the two, if not both, of Oklahoma City and Cleveland are going to be in the finals. They're having historic seasons, but I feel like we have to adjust a little bit because we're not used to team that was kind of young and middle of the pack just immediately ascending to the top. But it's happening because there's no super teams anymore. And so because there's no super teams, it's opened the window for Cleveland, who you could make an argument has 3 of the 20 best players in the NBA this year. Cleveland makes that jump and OKC makes that jump. And all of a sudden people are like, yeah, but that's not how the NBA works. You have to lose before you win, which was true for Minnesota last year. Vinny Goodwill told them like, hey, normally you have to lose before you win in this league. How do you feel about it going into the next round? Right. And then they lost to Dallas after they made fun of him. So normally that's the case. I just think these two teams are such exceptions because they are so excellent.
But they're not exceptions until they do it, though. It's that simple.
But start building that up, right? Start hyping up Oklahoma. Instead of doing LeBron versus Steph, which is not going to happen in the conference finals. It's simply not. Do OKC versus the Lakers or OKC versus Denver. Start building up Boston and Cleveland as a rivalry.
But I think you're arguing two different things. You're talking about the pundits and you're talking about first take talking points is never going to include the Thunder. Until they never included the Nuggets. Until what, Kyle? Until they won it.
But the Nuggets, I give them pause for that because even though Jokic was winning MVPs, he had like Campazzo as his second running mate.
But it doesn't matter. And they still barely talk about the Nuggets. That's just right. Who they are. And that's what they get roasted for.
But it's not just First Take. It's right. Like all these basketball shows. If you go deep in the weeds on, pick your podcast, Bill Simmons or Zach Lowe or whatever else. If you go deep in the weeds, you'll find people who are actually watching the games talking about these teams. But I feel like it does a disservice to just be like, Thunder, Cavs, blah, the league's going to hate that. That's the only analysis I hear about those two teams is like, oh, that's going to be so bad for the league when both those teams are awesome.
Kyle, they are awesome. They're playing really well. I think a part of this too is, and it's going to sound funny. I know someone's probably going to make fun of me because of my background, but I honestly do think 2016, if 2016 happens differently and the Warriors win the whole thing, maybe we're looking, I do think that regular seasons get looked at differently now as they matter. Right, but it's always been about postseason.
You are 100% right.
The only time I can remember in recent memory, and it depends, right, when it comes to the numbers, right, because out in the Bay, when it was Celtics Warriors, the percentage was that the ESPN statistic, which is awful, it's almost always wrong, said that the Celtics had a 92% chance of winning, right? But as far as I'm concerned, I don't remember anyone picking the Celtics. Why? Because they hadn't done it yet. The Celtics, and funny enough, the Celtics probably should have won based on who that team was, but they didn't. So things like 2022 helps the argument of I'm not going to pick the Thunder until they've actually done it. If it's Lakers and Thunder, I'm not picking Allen Stiles, I'm not picking the Thunder. And I should, based on what they've done this season, but it's not about the regular season.
But this is the new world of the NBA, right? If you're waiting, here's where it's a disservice, and I'll use specifically the Western Conference as an example. It also works in the East, but I'm going to use the Western Conference specifically. If you're waiting for, I don't believe in this team until they've done it, you're going to be wrong every single year. Why? Because 5 different teams have won the Western Conference in the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you're waiting for Phoenix to do it, well, guess what? They've won it and then they didn't get back.
But I don't think that's bad. I don't think being wrong is bad for the league. I don't think having to see a pundit go up there and say, you know what? I thought it was going to be the Thunder, or I thought it was going to be the Celtics or the Lakers, whatever it was, and I was wrong. And it's time for us to be on top of this Thunder situation. And that's how it starts. And like I said, the Nuggets are the Nuggets, right? I do think all things are created equal, but this isn't just the NBA. There's somebody out there is talking about the Cowboys right now for no good reason.
Sure.
That's just that's just the reality of it. Now the Eagles are a little different because the Eagles are a huge brand too, but the Cowboys are kind of just their own thing in sports, period. But the Yankees, I mean, this is just how it goes. And you have, whether you're the Nuggets who already won, the Bucks, nobody talks about the Bucks, right? Even they've traded for Dame and they still didn't talk about him
because they never got back.
You have to be there every single season, even with somebody like Giannis, who is, you could argue, the antithesis of Jokic and is very marketable. You know what I mean? He eats an Oreo for the first time. He has not suitable for work jokes, but it's cute because it's Giannis, and they still didn't want to market him.
Well, that's because his peers don't respect him, I think, which is part of
he's dunk man. He's dunk man.
But here's why I think it's lazy, and not that it's bad for the league, but it does the league a disservice because there very well could be a scenario where you spent all year saying Cleveland, bad, whatever. Cleveland could get to the finals, win the finals this year, and then you give them the respect and they never get back. So now all of a sudden you believe in Cleveland, but then the next team behind them is going to jump Cleveland theoretically. There's a very real world where that's going to happen. So instead, just let your eyes tell you that Cleveland is the best team in the NBA. They're better than Boston.
But you can't make anyone pick someone. You can't.
You can at least talk about them. And maybe the argument is the basketball fans will watch no matter who's in the finals. Maybe that's the argument, is you don't need to because basketball fans will watch no matter who plays in the finals.
If it's Cavs, Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm picking the Celtics because Porzingis might actually be playing.
But Cleveland has beat them 3 times.
I don't care. 916-339-1140. We're over time. On the other side, speaking of teams that nobody watches, Shaq got really caught up as far as the Pistons is concerned. So he just tried to wear it and say, I don't really care. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news. They're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you. Full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
With so many newsletters, blogs, podcasts, and such about the game of golf, I appreciate the listen here at Golf to Go. But here's one I look forward to in my inbox. It's called Power Fades and written by a fellow New Englander named Jim McCabe. He covered the game for the Boston Globe for 23 years, going on to cover the PGA Tour for Golf Week magazine, followed by a position with the PGA Tour as Senior Manager of Communications. Since 2021, he has self-published his digital golf newsletter called Power Fades. McCabe says he has a passion for playing golf that is surpassed only by his passion for writing about people who have a passion for playing golf. I open his newsletter with a smile on my face, knowing I'll encounter another's highs and sometimes lows, as McCabe writes with great sentiment about regular people's regular lives and their place in the game. And his front 9 musings add humorous reflections to this tidy package. Visit powerfades.com now and thank me later. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
$12 o'clock hour, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. as we break down, and I was thinking about this during the break, the disrespect that the Oklahoma City Thunder have been dealing with, very similar to last season. 916 says, Shea and OKC remind me a lot of Dirk and Dallas. Years of nobody caring about them being a top seed. Then after years of doubt, he finally won, but the doubt was totally justified. I mean, if you look at this right now, the Kings are not in a position to pick and choose, but okay, Kyle, let me ask you this one. Mr. Nuggets man. Would you rather, I got the 7 and 8 seed right here. Let's say the Clippers, they do lose to the Heat, and because Allen manifested it and they fall off a cliff, and the Kings let's say the Kings are in a position to play the Timberwolves for the 7 or 8 seed. Would you rather face the Thunder in the first round or your beloved Nuggets?
I would rather face the Nuggets.
No, you wouldn't,
yes,
Kyle.
I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Are both series going to end in 5 games? Yes.
Kyle.
But I would rather play the Nuggets.
Kyle, don't do this. Don't do this to prove your point.
I think Denver is incredibly disrespected, and I said it maybe a couple weeks ago. If the Thunder play the Nuggets in a 7-game series in the Western Conference Finals, coin toss. It's going 7 games.
I'm just checking.
But for this Kings team, I at least feel like they have a chance of beating the Nuggets because the Nuggets can't play defense.
Well, you know how I feel about the Nuggets. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, the Thunder are going to cook the Kings. Why? Because the Thunder play great defense.
Okay. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Allen wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, AC? What you got for us?
Hey, Alan, you know I'm president of your fan club, but I got to tell you, Kyle and even Nate are guys that are way underrated as sports commentators. They do a great job. I just want to throw that out there.
They definitely do. They definitely do.
I thinking those guys are like in their 40s or something, the way they talk sports. It's like amazing. But I called to remind us all about how good the Thunder are because there was a time this season, you probably remember this, somebody quoted it. The Kings could win, and I don't remember what part of the season it was. The Kings could win their entire remaining schedule, go undefeated the remaining schedule, and still end up second to the freaking Thunder at the end of the season.
Yes.
That's how good the Thunder are this year. So if anyone needs any clarification, there you go.
How much did Kyle pay you, Allen? How much did Kyle pay you, Allen? I'm just messing around.
AC knows his stuff, man.
I'm just messing around. And obviously Kyle does a great job for us. That was during the schedule game that we played multiple times. But that's my thing. I'm not arguing that the Thunder haven't had a great regular season. I'm arguing who you would rather face in the playoffs based on who has done what. I'd probably rather face the Thunder than the Lakers or the Warriors.
What?
I'm serious.
What? What are we talking about?
Those teams have done it. LeBron and Luka.
Okay. I gotta just get in here.
That
Laker team's not that good. Okay. I know they're winning a lot of these games recently. They're not that good. They're a top 4 team in the West, but they're not that good.
But look, they go out, and I don't even know if they need to win the whole thing, to be honest with you.
Their starting center is Alex Len.
No, it's not. It's Jackson Hayes. If the Thunder go to the finals this season, I think this stuff will stop. I think people like me, obviously if they win, it'll stop. But if they even go to the finals, I think it will stop. But until that happens, that is where people are going to be trapped.
Okay, so let me make the case against OKC very quickly. Do you remember when Giannis won the MVP, came out of nowhere? They had I think one first-round exit, but they fired Jason Kidd. They reset it.
Right. That was when he had somebody run into him on purpose?
That was Brooklyn, I think. By the way, I saw they were recirculating a clip of like Jason Kidd running into Mike Woodson to draw a foul in a game one time. Anyways,
yeah.
They were the number 1 seed. This is when Bledsoe was still there. They were the number 1 seed. And everyone was ready to crown Milwaukee as the next team. Giannis won the MVP, all that stuff. And they lost they were up 2-0 in the conference finals. They were 2 games away from going to the finals in their first year. And they lost to Kawhi and the Raptors. OKC was that team last year. Number 1 seed, MVP frontrunner, up 2-0. Lost to the Mavericks. Mavericks ended up going to the finals, right? I think we agree OKC would have beaten Minnesota probably if they had gotten there. So that series was essentially the conference finals. And then the next year, Milwaukee lost again to Miami in the bubble. And then the year after that, they finally won the championship. So by that timeline, OKC's still in year 2 where you got to do some losing before you do some winning. So against a proven champion like Denver, I give Denver the nod over OKC. But against all these other teams in the West, no, OKC is going to smoke the Lakers, OKC is going to smoke the Warriors, and they're going to go to the conference finals because they are that excellent.
Okay.
And they shouldn't be just because the other teams have stars as well, it shouldn't discredit just how excellent Oklahoma City has been.
This is what happens, though. My point is, this is not people are bagging on OKC. This is just what happens. I've seen Steph with the cigar. I've seen LeBron with the cigar. I've seen Jokic not want to go to the parade. I've seen this. So that is where my brain goes. If I haven't seen something, then I can't assume that it will happen.
But that's how the generations get passed, right? It was LeBron can't beat the Celtics.
Oh, it'll happen eventually. I'm just saying I'm not picking them until it happens.
So you don't want to be ahead of the curve. You don't want to do the analysis ahead of time to say they're getting closer. Because if you're watching these games and you're like me and deep in the weeds on the nerd stats, like Oklahoma City has all the elements to be a champion. If you go back and look at like the last 12 champions, Oklahoma City is putting up similar numbers to many of those teams.
Then do it.
They're going to possibly, maybe.
Then do it. And if they don't, we'll do the same thing again. Let's hear from Shaq. And again, these guys are just getting completely roasted this year. I tried to tell everyone they do not need, sometimes it's just better for a show to kind of sunset, and it's not going anywhere, but they are getting roasted. And I'm curious how much longer they're going to just pretend like they don't care. Are they going to do we're getting paid and enough people are watching that it doesn't matter, because it's getting close to embarrassing. Here, Shaq.
I will be interested. You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham. Great player now at this stage. He plays at his own pace. Anybody that can consistently play at their own pace and put up numbers, it's a great player. I like the way he's playing. I like what Chauncey is doing. Those guys play hard. My favorite player on that team is Isaiah Stewart. Big body, hard guy. Like to knock people out, push people around.
No, I can't let this go. Like who's doing it? You said Chauncey?
Chauncey's the coach, right?
Okay.
Portland. No. Not the coach.
I can't let this go.
JB Bickerstaff. Yeah, Bickerstaff. That's what I mean. Hey, you know, first of all, I don't watch Detroit. How about that, boo-boo? I don't watch him. So
let that go.
I messed up.
Should NBA fans feel some type of way that Shaq and really the whole panel, I won't throw Kenny in there, but really the whole panel is so open about the fact that they don't watch some of these smaller market teams? Look, there's a part of me that appreciates it, and they're getting kind of cornered now to where they don't have a choice. So in the first season that the Pistons have been, should Shaq know who the coach is? Yes, right? But in the first season that the Pistons have been relevant, Shaquille O'Neal, who's got 8,000 podcasts and 8 million businesses, and somebody is willing to pay him. He doesn't really need TNT per se. Somebody's willing to pay him, and they're not going to say, he's not in a position where he needs to sit there and, all right, I got to study because someone's coming after my spot. Ain't nobody coming after Shaq's spot, right? So I'm kind of struggling with what you should expect from watching this at this point, because everybody is dunking on him. He's talking basketball and doesn't know this, doesn't know that, but he's at least being honest to, if you are choosing to listen to Shaq, this is how I feel about, and this is why I think YouTube has done so well for Team Deuce and Mo Pod, right? You can sit there and be upset that Stephen A. or that someone is not talking about the Kings, or Kevin O'Connor, or when they do talk about the Kings, it's in a negative light, or Gilbert Arenas, or you can say, I'm just not going to give them my energy. I understand. I am a fan of a small market team. I'm going to watch the Do Some Mo podcast. I'm going to listen to the Allen Stiles Show. I'm going to listen to Sacktown Sports 1140, or you can be upset about it, right? So to me, Pistons fans, again, you can go get your money on X and say, how dare Shaq? But in reality, how many Pistons fans care? It's almost the equivalent of the Dave Chappelle situation with Ja Rule. In this moment of catastrophe, what does Ja Rule think, right? When you need hardcore Pistons breakdowns, who is the Pistons fan out there saying, I wonder what Shaq thinks about the Pistons, right? To me, you're upset about the situation more so than actually I need analysis from the Pistons from Shaquille O'Neal.
Well, this is why the devil's in the details sometimes, because I don't know anything. I don't know what games were on that Tuesday show, because this was the Lefko, Candace Parker, Vince Carter version.
It's probably the end of the show where they do a little bit of around the league, because we know the Pistons weren't on that channel.
I don't know what games were played. I don't know any other show, anything that was clipped, but I saw that.
Right.
And I love that they're playing into that. Like, Adam Lefkoe's my guy, but I love that Adam Lefkoe is playing into that and that Ernie Johnson has always played into that because that's what that show can offer is entertainment and value, where every other major network, whether it's NBC, ESPN, CBS, Fox, you're getting just starched content or content that isn't giving you anything. So at least,
and they're faking it. Let's be honest. There's a lot of teams to cover, and they're better at faking it. But would you rather? Again, does a Piston fan? Would they rather hear someone faking it, or this is funny? I don't watch this show for Pistons information anyway.
Yeah, like the local shows you're talking about, us, the Deuce and Mo's, everyone, they're giving you like your vegetables, your meats, and the real details. Your ESPNs and Foxes and whatever else, they're giving you like starch kind of thing. Sometimes it's mixed in with good stuff, but it's a lot of starch. At least with this, it's like, give me ice cream. If we're going to do this, just give me ice cream and funny and silly, and Adam Lefkoe rapping over a beat coming back in from a break, or Shaq talking about the Pistons and being made fun of for saying Chauncey Billups is their coach.
Yeah. So a lot of people were getting on Shaq. It didn't bother me because, again, I don't know. Pistons fans can be upset the same way Kings fans would be livid, right? But I do think there is a difference between your disrespect. I think the only reason a Pistons fan would be upset is because it's more so disrespect than the fact that you actually care about Shaq breaking down the Pistons. Because if the Pistons win the championship, he will have to know who the coach is. It goes back to what we said earlier about the Thunder and teams like that. These guys, they honestly, they don't have time to care until you're actually relevant. Let's see if the A's can be relevant this next season. On the other side, I told you we were doing some A's talk. Hey, like I said, last stretch, like Whitey said yesterday on Crosstalk, 2 more stretches where the Kings get 2 days off, and then it's back-to-backs and only 1 day off for the rest of the season. So let's get some A's talk in here and get you ready for their first season in Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Meanwhile at Xfinity.
Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with 2 people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
The A's have been spending some money, but there are so many other storylines, from the fact that they played in Vegas this weekend. And I know spring training can get confusing with the split squads and who is where and who's doing what. They add the Las Vegas patches, right? And, some Sacramento people, Sacramentans, whether it's media or future fans of the team, they're still not convinced that they're actually going to go to Vegas until it actually happens. Very similar to the Kings situation, just as far as the Kings on the court. Just be surprised. This kind of unspoken, and I won't even say unspoken, but some of you out there, and I know you've probably seen some of the tweets from media members, things like that, just as far as, I don't believe they're going to go. I'm not going to do that. I think that is, I don't want to say reckless, but, I don't want to give A's fans hope that something is going to happen and then it doesn't happen. I'd rather just enjoy these 3 to 4 years and see what happens after that. A lot can happen. So we do want to focus on the on-field stuff with the A's, which I feel like doesn't get talked about enough. But there is a really good article out, and I just followed this guy, Evan Drelich from The Athletic. We're working on getting him on the show. He's been doing a lot. Senior writer for The Athletic for Major League Baseball, and he spent a good amount of time talking about the Rays situation and the A's situation. And as the A's, they signed Brent Rooker, they signed my favorite player, Lawrence Butler, they bring in Luis Severino. They're making some moves, but there is a part of this article that stuck out to me, not so much about the Vegas thing, but also about what's going to happen this season, and something that I hadn't really thought about too much. So this is now in the article. Evan writes, early this month, some of the most visible and vocal A's fans, or former A's fans, gathered in West Oakland for their annual Fans Fest. In the past, the event served as a kickoff for baseball season, as well as a rally against relocation. Jorge Leon, one of the organizers, said the message now is that fans have moved on from the team. Here's the quote. "To be honest, I have in some sort of way," said Leon, who runs a fan group called the Oakland 68s, a nod to the team's first year in the city. "What hurts more is the things that they lost here." Close quote. The event was held outside the stadium of the Oakland Ballers, a pro baseball team founded in direct response to the A's move. I don't know about direct. I'm adding that in.
And pretty direct.
Pretty direct. There's bees on the hats
I was going to say, they're literally the Oakland Bees. I think we can safely assume it was something to do with that.
But connections to the A's inevitably remain. The festival featured former Athletic stars Jose Canseco and Miguel Tejada, among others. Anson Cancenares, another Fans Fest organizer, said he too is moving on, but acknowledged everyone will. So this was the kind of interesting part of it. Here's the quote from Cancenares. "Sacramento to Oakland is 80 miles, Cancenares said. You can get there in like an hour and 20, an hour and 30 minutes. There's going to most likely be people over there just trolling the A's, just chanting, 'Let's go Oakland.' But when they're trying to veer away from Oakland, we're not saying to do that, but you can't stop someone from doing it with who bought a ticket." I think the A's are over their head if they thought, oh, we're in Sacramento now, it's over. It's like, no, it's not. So Evan goes on to write, fans and the team's brass might have more in common than they realize. Both seek what's next, yet the past keeps its grip. Hey, the response from our Bay Area fans is completely understandable, Fisher said when asked about the vitriol directed his way. Losing a team is a really difficult thing. As I've said before, I've been at this now for 20 years, and we're super excited about where we are today. Does that make up for the sadness that exists in the Bay Area for the A's moving? Of course not. So where I kind of landed on this, and we'll get into more on the other side as we just set it all up, where I've landed on this is, it's pretty interesting what was said about the A's fans not giving up, and just the idea that you didn't go to Salt Lake City, right? If you went to Salt Lake City for the interim, or if you went to, and not that, Salt Lake City was more about the relocation, more so than the interim, but if you went somewhere that was more than 2 hours away, you wouldn't have to worry about fans essentially trolling you. Now, I don't know how many fans are going to continue to troll. As I've said, I've kind of struggled personally just with the idea of, from the boycotts to the reverse boycotts to just, continuing to say sell the team when that's just doesn't seem like it's happening. We're watching the Tampa Bay Rays situation happen, and we're watching the league step in and say, hey, we're going to make you sell the team if you don't do what we ask, or if you don't, kind of give more to the field and the ballpark, because they want to stay in Tampa. They did not want to stay in Oakland as much as they wanted to go to Vegas. So we've seen that the league will step in when it feels like stepping in. They did not step in here. So I don't know how much there is a worry. I just don't know how petty fans are. And at what point do you just tire from it? At what point do you just say, honestly, it stinks. They won. I don't know if I got a friend who's in the chat right now, Michael Baldacci, and he said he's going to be a Cubs fan moving forward, right? He's not going to be a Giants fan. Giants fans thought that they were going to get all the A's fans. He said he's going to be a Cubs fan. So I don't know how many fans are going to take time out of their day for, to use Kyle's word, for what feels like a futile exercise at this point to drive to Sacramento to buy a ticket that will not be cheap, by the way, to troll an A's organization that ain't selling as of right now. And if anything, we don't know how much of it is just posturing or whatever the case is. If anything, it feels like their plan is working. They're selling tickets in Sacramento. It seems like everything is going to plan in Vegas. At least it seems like that. And this is what they were hoping for. They're signing talent. They got Lawrence Butler, my guy, for 6-7 years on a ridiculous contract, $66 million. They got a Luis Severino. They've added to the talent. They've got people like me convinced, and Mark DeRosa. We'll hear from that on the other side. And Mark DeRosa thinking that the A's could make a move. Are you really going to spend your Saturday packing your kids in the car to drive to Sacramento, spending $1,000 to hold up a sign? I don't know.
Well, no.
Are you going to stand outside? You can't stand outside. Security's going to get you. Security, based on what I've heard, you do stuff like that, and I think I don't know that you'll be able to watch the whole game.
We'll see what ends up happening, but no, I think you're going to... What I hypothesized, and I don't even think this is going to happen now, but because it seems like Oakland's kind of moved on. You were going to see protests the first game of the season.
Yes. You
were going to see protests, I don't know, when the Giants come to town.
Right.
Other than that, they're not coming out on a Tuesday.
A Tuesday in July against the Tigers. I would actually ask you, hey, what do you do for work? Because I need your job if you can afford to do this.
Yes, that's the big... I mean, it's not that long of a drive, and you're going against traffic, but still, I would say...
On a Tuesday?
My point is, and this is a bigger conversation, is that if that can't be the case, then it's on the people of Sacramento to then carry that voice for Oakland if you vehemently disagree with what's happening.
And I'm not putting that on Sacramento. Right. I'm not putting that on Sacramento. That is not Sacramento's job. My name, Bennett. I'm not in it. There's a game down the street. If I feel like going, I can go. And it doesn't mean I hate Oakland. It doesn't mean I like John Fisher. It means I'm looking at my little kid and saying, hey, you want to go watch some baseball? Let's go do that. Here's some Cracker Jacks.
Which, yeah, it just depends on your opinion on the issue. It's hard to count on all of Sacramento to unite and stand with Oakland for what's happened to their team. It's too much of an ask.
And I know that they've dealt with it with the Warriors and the Raiders, but if the roles were reversed, I think Oakland would like to say that they would stand in. If the Kings went to Oakland, right? Are Oakland fans not going to go to Kings game? I don't know, but I don't like to put myself in other people's shoes. I just like to wear my own size 10, depending on the size. On the other side, we talk about the almost said the Kings. Talk about the A's on the field. My favorite player signs, but that's not good enough for him. He wants to be an all-star. And one of the baseball greats, Mark DeRosa, will give you some hope about the A's. Let's talk about the A's on the field. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
We rely heavily on our HVAC systems during the cold valley winters and hot valley summers. That's why there are so many HVAC companies out there. So when you need a new system or a tune-up, where do you turn? I turned to Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. Once our heater checked out, we checked in at leesair.com. The entire experience exceeded our high expectations. You want prompt service from people who know what they're doing, can save you money, and will treat you right? For your HVAC needs, Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, on the web at leesair.com. Ask about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. License number 635355.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. All right, I know what you're thinking. Here we go again, another Drapes commercial for his guys and girls down there at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. But trust me, listen to this. Whether you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they'll take care of you. Trust me, they got certified pre-owned vehicles starting at 3.49 APR on select 2021, 22, and 23 models. And take it from me, when you go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you leave out feeling like you're valued, like they trust you, like they care for you. Matter of fact, it's like they're your family. That's right. So for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the entire community. And get this, it's not that far away, guys. Just a short drive down I-5, or of course, online anytime at mbfstockton.com. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and tell them Drape sent you.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Huge savings now on new 2025 Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Save $11,000 off MSRP after rebate. Every new Silverado LT Turbo Max with Maida Chevy's exclusive all in-stock pricing. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $11,000 off new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
We haven't spent a lot of time on this, and I don't really it's funny, but this LeBron, we're going to get to A's because I want to talk about my guy Lawrence Butler and what Mark DeRosa, MLB great, had to say about the lineup. But this LeBron Stephen A thing is so crazy to me. So if you weren't aware, there's more to it. So first, Stephen A had been saying what he was saying, where he pleaded with LeBron, not to LeBron, but with LeBron on First Take, stop this, end this, just as far as you would think. Well, I don't know what you would think Bronny was actually doing, but I guess he was pleading with LeBron to just tell Bronny to stop playing basketball. I'm not really sure. So that happens. LeBron confronts Stephen A at a game, I think it was last week, right? Stephen A claims that he was never going to bring this up, but of course, cameras are everywhere at all times. They're on your phones. But of course, you have.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but
right.
Now that you've all seen it,
he claims he wasn't going to bring it up. So he goes on Gilbert Arenas' podcast and says, I wasn't going to bring it up. Once it went viral, I got a call from my bosses at ESPN and said, hey, this came out. It's viral. You have to talk about it. So he says, okay, fine. I'll talk about it. And that is when he addressed what happened. LeBron said, bleep that. That's my son. Stop talking about my bleeping son. And now Stephen A goes on Gilbert Arenas' podcast and says, I thought it was BS for him to come at me like that. I said, let's talk later. I wasn't talking about Bronny. I was talking about you putting us all in a position to have to cover. Bro, I don't know. And like I said, the whole thing is just kind of funny / stupid to me. But this is why Stephen A gets paid $100 million over 5 years. This is why. This is why. And as much as people hate him and as much as LeBron, I get it. LeBron he was just in his feelings as a parent, right? And I haven't really been there yet, but once Baby Styles is doing, kiddo stuff, I'm sure I will be there time and time again. I even get annoyed when she gets cut at the playground, so I can already imagine.
Once you become the Deion Sanders of whatever sport she wants to play.
Exactly. But now you have LeBron, who they don't want to give Stephen A power, but you just helped Stephen A. Now he talks about it on First Take. He talks about talking about it on First Take on Gilbert Arenas' podcast with other players. If it was going to go away, it's not going away now. I don't blame LeBron, but this is how Stephen A eats. This is money time for Stephen A when this stuff happens.
Yeah, what flipped it was once Stephen A realized that this was going to be a giant story.
Oh, yeah.
Once he realized he could milk it for content, he went on Skip Bayless's show on whatever.
Yeah, he did that
platform.
too. Yeah, I don't even know who. Somebody sponsored it. It doesn't matter.
The point is, once he realized that this was going to be a content farm, no one knows how to farm content better than him, and he's made every single drop out of this he's going to get.
And I haven't watched First Take today, and not like I said, not that I plan on doing so. But he probably talking about what he said on First Take on the Gilbert Arenas podcast, now on the new episode of First Take.
Which I'll give him credit. He's been consistent on the Bronny thing. Like, he hasn't changed his stance in the way that we're used to making fun of Stephen A. Smith for changing his stance. He's been consistent on the Bronny thing, but now he hasn't gone on these different shows and said 4 or 5 different things. He's like, I'm just going to rehash the same thing I said before, but also now LeBron called me out on it, and here's what I think. I think it's BS, and I think it's this, this, and this.
And everybody is saying, well, Stephen A., why didn't you say that to LeBron? I'm not caping up for Stephen A. I would just say at that point, there is a game going on. And Stephen A. said this was not at the end of the game. I think it was in between the third and fourth quarter. So I'm not going to go back at LeBron knowing that he's got to get back to the game. It was just, all right, it is what it is. But everybody's saying, why are you running on a podcast and saying what you would have said to LeBron? Why didn't you just say it right then and there? I don't know.
Well, I also believe him that he wanted to keep it private. Right. I believe that he's just like, oh, he said this, and then we're going to go on. Maybe he would have gone on First Take and said, I've heard from people who don't really agree with but like, he would have done that, but not said it. If it weren't for someone catching it on video and then the Legends whatever account pulling the audio of it.
Yeah.
If it weren't for that, I think at that point he felt like he had free reign because everyone can find the video. And if this is going to be content, I might as well make it content for myself than Legends of Winning or one of these people at one of these other networks.
And I will say, for those out there that are curious, and I don't know how many people are like that, but I got a buddy, when you look at Stephen A., and I'm, this is real pocket watching here. When you look at 100 million, I mean, I'll say it right here. That's goals for me. I mean, if I'm lying, I'm flying. And if you wonder who the hell is listening to Stephen, who needs that much Stephen A. Smith, I have a buddy that is full on First Take for however long it's on, 2-3 hours, and then he fires up the Stephen A. Smith show, which I don't even know how long that show is. I know it's on YouTube. I don't know how long that show is. So my buddy, that is 4 hours of Stephen A. Smith every single day.
Look, there are P1s for everything, right?
Yes.
There's P1s for our station. There's P1s for Dan Lebitard. There's P1s for Stephen A. Smith. There are people who eat up this content. Do I have questions about the character of some of the people who eat up this content? Yes, I do.
Well, and the other thing is too, now he's doing the politics thing. I guess he's getting votes from whatever some Democratic something. He's at 4% or whatever. So if you're hoping that he gets paid $100 million and goes away, that will not be happening. That will not be happening.
Apparently, the deal means he's going to show up less on First Take, according to some of the reports. Is that like he's signing this deal so he can do other things?
My goodness.
Is, but this is the new ESPN, and I hate the new ESPN so much. But this is the thing: is like they can only afford 6 people, and those 6 people are going to be on every program. And they're getting out of baseball, and they're diving into hockey, but they might get out of the hockey deal also. And now they have a Super Bowl, so they're going to have a giant football department, and it's going to be the same 6 people all getting every single role, and it's going to be so annoying, and you're going to lose around the horn, and you're going to do everything else. It's just it's the new Jack world, and I've decided to opt out of it. Other people seem to eat it up and can't get enough.
Yeah, Around the Horn, that is done. I think it's late May, and I have. This guy has kind of helped me in my career, Clinton Yates, who is one of the kind of the staples of Around the Horn. And I haven't been able to talk to him since. He's doing great stuff. He's got his own radio show on ESPN, doing that in LA. So shout out to Clinton. And yeah, that to me, that's going to be sad, man. And that is one show in 2025. I get home around 2:30 and I fire it up at 3:00. And I don't know how much of that is nostalgia and how much of that is, just appreciation for people that do have to be well-rounded, not just in their sport, but in other sports, even if it's just keeping the old arm healthy as far as, throwing a fastball, curveball, changeup, because nowadays, we've kind of moved away from that. On the other side, what we are moving to is to the A's on the field. Mark DeRosa says why A's fans should be pretty excited for what the A's are building. And we hear from my favorite A, Lawrence Butler, who I am manifesting it now. That brother's going to be on this show before the season ends. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold. And American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news, they're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Allen Stiles.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
Talking some A's, got some Niners coming up, and don't worry, we'll get back to the Kings before this show wraps up. And we talked about the A's off the field. Will there be some drama out here in Sacramento with people loading up their vans from Oakland and the Bay to boo the A's? I don't. I think, Kyle, you hit the nail on the head. Early, yeah. But, I'm talking game 27, game 42, game 60, whatever. I don't see that happening, and we can focus on what's happening on the field. And if you listen to Mark DeRosa, MLB great, who is still heavily around the game, he was interviewed by Adnan Virk on MLB Network, and Mark DeRosa had this to say about the A's in the 2025 MLB season.
All right, prediction time. I don't want to go totally bold here out of the gate. It's only show one with you. So Brent Rooker, 39 home runs, 112 RBI last year. I'll tick those up a little bit. How about 40 and 120 for the key linchpin of this offense?
I would like that. I think they're coming off a 69-win season. I think they have a chance in the AL West to actually scare some people. This offense is nice. They're going to hit the long ball in Sacramento. If they get good pitching, no one's hitting Mason Miller on the back end of this thing. We know that. So can they contend for a third-place finish in the AL West? I think so. And you want me to go obscure?
Yeah, give me a specific player, yeah.
No one knows J.J. Bleday hit 43 doubles last year. Doubles add up, people, okay? He might lead the American League north of 50 doubles for Bleday in center field for the A's.
Great stuff from Mark DeRosa. I really couldn't have said it better myself. They shore up the rotation, the A's do, adding Luis Severino and the trade that they made for Jeffrey Springs. So that is really going to give them more depth at the starting pitcher position in that rotation. I really like what they're doing there. You know how I feel about the lineup. Mark DeRosa said it as well. They're going to be able to hit the baseball. This is from MLB.com, our guy Martin Gallegos, as we discuss the Rays dealt starter Jeffrey Springs and left-hander Jacob Lopez to the A's for high-ceiling MLB-ready starter Joe Boyle first base prospect Will Simpson, pitching prospect Jacob Waters, and a competitive balance round A pick in the 2025 draft. So that happened there. That's actually from Adam Berry as they broke down that trade. So that gives the A's what they needed from the pitching aspect. We know what's going to happen at the end of the game, right? Mason Miller. And we've talked about, will Sutter help do something fun for his entrances, things like that. But you got to be in a position to close games. And the A's were in that position a little bit with 69 wins, but they need to be there more often. And we're hoping with the addition of Luis Severino and Jeffrey Springs that they're able to get there. One thing that I am very confident that the A's will be able to do is hit the baseball. With Lawrence Butler, them locking him up earlier, let's not forget, at Golden One Center, they locked up Brent Rooker. So that's the top of their lineup. J.J. Bleday, his doubles, what he's going to be able to do. So that's your 1, 2, and 3 hitters right there. I'm really big on a nice stud, young shortstop, and I think the A's will have it with Jacob Wilson. The beginning of his career in the bigs got derailed by injury, but this dude can hit the baseball, right? There have been some questions about whether or not he'll be able to hit the long ball over time, but the guy makes contact. The guy is going to be able to go gap to gap and do some things there at the bottom of the lineup. You also have J.P. Spears as well and Osvaldo Bido in that rotation. So I'm really excited from what I'm seeing with the A's. Seth Brown, Zach Geloff. The thing about Zach Geloff, I mean, they're just young players in this lineup. This is a situation where you're building, right? And to not get too caught up in where the A's will be in 3 years and 4 years, what they're building is a young lineup that can hit the baseball, that is getting used to MLB level pitching and proving that they can produce at this level. I'm big on Shea Langoliers, one of the funniest, best names in the big leagues right now. Giovanni Urshela, another guy who came over. He was on the Yankees, then he was on another team, and now he has reappeared. We know what he can do defending the baseball at third base. So I like what I'm seeing from the A's. I think what it comes down to is not the Rangers. The Rangers are going to rock and roll. More so for me, it comes down to what the Mariners are going to be. Kevin Durant just came out and said that, you know, he really likes the Mariners and he really likes Julio Rodriguez. He kind of sees Julio Rodriguez as the KD of Major League Baseball. He dealt with injuries last season. The Mariners didn't really do anything. What are the Mariners going to do, and what are the Astros going to do? Besides that, if one of those teams fall, and I know that's just the AL West, but with 3 spots in the wild card, if it's not this year, we could be seeing a Houston Rockets of 2024 season for the A's where they mess around. They're really close to that last wild card and don't ultimately get it. But I do think there's a chance that they mess around and sneak in there.
Okay, so you make a lot of very good points, and I agree with the pitching staff, and I see the optimism there. Mm-hmm. Also, Miguel Andujar, he was pretty good last year.
That's right. I like him too. Another former Yankee.
Yeah, he's going to be the left fielder this year for them. So I agree with all those points. However, the thing that I've been stuck on for 5 minutes is Mark DeRosa, who sounds like one of the most positive A's clips I've heard in a while, said the phrase, "They're going to scare some people." And every time you hear someone say that, that's my code word for this team's not actually that good, but they might scare some people.
But to me, that's like the dark horse thing, right?
No,
it is kind of like the dark horse thing.
You're going to scare some people is, hey, don't just overlook.
You're going to lose close games?
No, it's not. They're not the doormat they used to be. So people have to actually prep for them. But
no, I don't look at it like that.
Notice
you could scare some people is you win the first game of a series. Oh, I didn't think that was going to happen. And now we better show up or we could lose this 3-game set.
He didn't give a number prediction for wins. And he said they're going to scare some people.
He was focused on the doubles for JJ Bleday. That's why.
Anyways, I hear that word always, and I'm like, anytime I hear that, I can just write off that team. If they say they're going to scare some people, watch out.
Well, but write off for what? I'm like I said, you're not writing them off from what I'm saying. I'm saying they could flirt with the last wild card.
No,
That's
you made
all
a
I'm
lot
saying.
of very good points. Their top 3 in the order might be a top half 3 in the order in the entire
I would
league.
agree.
You could make a case that they might have 1, 2, 3 of Blade and Lawrence Butler and Brent Rooker might be one of the best, what a top half 1 through 3 in the league, which is something you haven't been able to say before.
Right.
But you're going to scare some people. Tells me the team's not quite complete yet.
No, they're not there yet. They're still, I was reading this morning, still trying to figure out who's going to be that 5th starter, which a lot of teams are trying to figure out.
It's going to be,
5th starter is.
What's his name? Sean Estes' son. I forgot what his name is now. Is it Joey? It's gonna be him probably.
So they're still trying to figure that out. According to, they have Mitch Spence from RotoChamp, and they have him there. They have Osvaldo Beto, like I said, JP Sears. Those are their 5. But I read this is RotoChamp has been. They posted this a while ago. What I was reading earlier is they're still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, listed on the 40, they have those 4 that we mentioned, and then Joey Estes, Luis Medina probably would have had it, but I think he had Tommy John maybe, and then Ken Waldachuk are the ones that they list.
So, a lot of people were joking the A's when it comes to, oh, we're going to pay this money to watch Shohei or Aaron Judge hit some home runs. And with all that being said, whether Kyle wants to joke about not making some, we just make a list of all of them. Scaring some people, making some noise, dark horse, whatever it is.
Sneaky good.
There's going to be a lot of bombs hit by your A's this season as well. So don't fall for it. Last but not least, we will get to this Lawrence Butler sound on becoming an all-star. And it might be something that I add to my daily routine as well. We'll tell you what it is, and we will get into a little bit of Niners before we close out with Kings. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580. Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app. So you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile brand. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
One more hour with you, and we are going to get into some. Ryan Clark said this morning about a certain running back on the Niners, and we'll get your thoughts on whether the Niners should go full rebuild or not. But I did want to get to this sound from Lawrence Butler because I just think it's awesome. I think that he is going to be a star. I can already tell, and this is what I'm trying to tell people. So when it happens, just make sure that you reference the Allen Stiles Show, because we helped you get there, and Kyle helped you get there as well. Because I'm starting to see something, okay? Right now, Major League Baseball, these spring training situations, everybody is in the same area, all right? They're in Arizona, they're in Florida, they're doing it that way. I have seen at least 3 to 5 posts from MLB's social media account with Lawrence Butler. So what does that tell you? That tells you that Major League Baseball, they think that they found a star. And Lawrence Butler is locked up with the A's for the foreseeable future. He just signed. Lawrence Butler is a stud on the field, and he has that charisma that a lot of these stars have been lacking, and a charisma that you really haven't seen with an A's player in a while. I'm not calling him Ricky Henderson, don't get me wrong. But when a specific league seems to be promoting a certain player a lot, that is something to be excited about, because he plays in your backyard. He's going to play in West Sacramento. He's 5 minutes away from here. So they talked about, he has a relationship with Michael Harris, who's the center fielder for the Braves. And I don't have that sound, but he basically has been saying that he's faster than all these other players. And this is just the stuff that I love, because you never see it in Major League Baseball. But he's saying he's faster than all these players. He says Michael Harris is now fat because I guess Michael Harris got married over this summer. And he says he's faster than Michael Harris. He calls Michael Harris fat, and he's just having a lot of fun with it. And part of the clip that he has is talking about the All-Star game being in his hometown, Atlanta, Georgia, and something that he added to his phone as a reminder, because he really wants to be out there, and he feels like it would be a good note in his early career. Here it is.
You mentioned Atlanta. There was something I wanted to ask you. We know the All-Star game is this year. We read something earlier, right, that you have I don't know if it's an alarm or a pop-up on your phone notification. What do we got?
Let's see. Since everybody think I be capping.
We're not accusing you of capping.
It's a All-Star game, ATL 2025, no matter what, ! Demon mad face.
for manifestation. I'm gonna get my own.
All right, so that's popping up every day.
Yeah, 1 o'clock every day. Set
1
time
o'clock every day.
Yeah, so if I ever feel like I don't want to do something, I look at that and be like, "You got to go, so go do it."
Do you do anything else like that with motivation or like notes apps or anything?
Not really. That's just one I really want
to be at the crib.
I really want to be there for that one. That'll be my first time playing in Atlanta, so an All-Star game would be crazy.
That'd be sick.
That'd be dope.
All right, so every day, that's the motivation.
Yeah.
That was Lawrence Butler, the newly signed Lawrence Butler of your Athletics, talking about how much he wants to be in Atlanta for that All-Star game. And I think we'd all love it because that would mean he's had a pretty darn good season out here in West Sacramento at Sutter Health Park.
Or they just have to give it to one person.
Well, that too, but hopefully it's him that they give it to.
Sure. I mean, there's good players on the A's. Mason Miller's been an All-Star. Brent Rooker's been an All-Star before.
And I don't think it's going to be handed to him because it's almost funny because of that rule, right? That rule obviously helps every team. But I don't know if you look at the other players on the teams, specifically Mason Miller, you're going to have to earn it. It's not going to be, and I know a couple years ago, and not just the A's, for certain teams that just aren't very good, it's kind of a participation. Hey, you're the best on a bad team, so you get to be an All-Star. I don't see it being that because I do think that a couple guys on the A's are going to have some really good seasons.
Yeah, the A's already have All-Stars on their team. And I'm not saying the Luis Severinos or the Gio Urshela's who have been to All-Star game, or even I think Andujar's maybe been to an All-Star game. But
right.
I'm not talking about guys who have been 5 years ago and are now, sliding in because Andujar got waived. Or this is like the third time Urshela has been like, hey, he's down on his luck, but if someone this is like the third time that's happened for him. So it's not like that. It's like, no, Mason Miller was an All-Star last year and was one of the best closers in baseball. Brent Rooker hit 39 home runs last year and made the All-Star team 2 years ago, I think. So these are players who are in their primes right now who have been All-Stars in the past. And if Lawrence Butler is as good or better than those players, it means that either he's doing really well and he's solidified himself as that two-hitter on the team, or that just something has gone well for him. Like, because Brent Rooker is 30 years old. He's in his prime. Lawrence Butler is 24? So if he were to make the All-Star team at 24 years old, you would be like, oh, the future is so incredibly bright.
Yeah, and Kyle, you just sent this over to me during the break, and this is from today here. So the players, they voted. It was a player survey from MLB.com. They voted on who is the most underrated player in the game of baseball right now. Number one, Jose Ramirez. And it's definitely Jose Ramirez because this guy is like slightly overweight. He's 5'9", and he hits bombs and steals bases, and nobody cares and nobody knows.
He might be the most forgotten about first ballot Hall of Famer in any sport I've ever seen. Jose Ramirez is so amazing. And that was a great shout by them to put Jose Ramirez.
Who is Jose Ramirez as a basketball player? Because with Shohei, Aaron Judge, he played during the time of Mike Trout's prime. Who is Jose Ramirez right now?
Right now, I don't know.
Because it's not. I feel like he's better than DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, I got it. Devin Booker.
You just find a way to bring up Devin Booker every time.
Jose Ramirez is Devin Booker.
I feel like he's better than Devin Booker.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't have a better answer for you.
I'll give you just the best sports comparison I can give. Jose Ramirez is the Paul Goldschmidt of his generation. Just hitting nukes, being awesome, and nobody cares.
And losing in the first round.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah.
I mean, they went to the ALCS last year. Let's not jump the gun there.
So Jose Ramirez comes in at number one, but more importantly, who comes in at number two? The guy that we've been talking about quite a bit, Lawrence Butler. Number two by the players. Voted by the players as the most underrated player in the game, and he is in your backyard. That is great stuff.
They voted him ahead of another possible Hall of Famer, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker, the new Chicago Cub, comes in at number 5. So Lawrence Butler, number 2. The players think he is underrated, and Lawrence Butler also thinks he's underrated. So that is great stuff there, and just kind of trying to focus. The closer we get here to the season, I want to be the place where you definitely can come, obviously for King stuff and everything like that. But when it comes to the A's and everything that they have going on, we're really going to dive deep into what they're going to be able to do on the field. Because you can get all the drama off the field. You can get that anywhere, but we are your haven as well. And it's an excuse for me to talk baseball. So we're definitely going to continue to do that. A lot of moves have been made in the NFL as we break those down and what exactly the Niners are doing and what they should be doing. Even Richard Sherman is kind of asking what's going on here, but a lot of people are saying, hey, they're getting younger and they're getting cheaper as they prepare to pay their stud quarterback, okay, with a capital S and a capital Q, Brock Purdy. Meanwhile, the fall off for wide receivers happens quite quickly. In 1 second, you are a Triple Crown winner. The next second, you are getting released from your team. And Cooper Kupp, who had a great career, Super Bowl winner, all of those things. Cooper Kupp, and we all saw this coming. There were reports about it. They go out, they get Devontae Adams, who's a couple years away from being Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp has been released, Kyle, and I don't know what to do with Cooper Kupp because of his injuries. He's only 31, but the guy just got completely deboed by Puka Nacua and just wasn't catching passes anymore.
Cooper Kupp going forward, I don't know who the team is that's going to pay him $20 million, which makes me think he's probably going to slot in around the $10 to $15 million territory, which sucks for him. I think it's just an injury thing for Cooper Kupp at this point because he wasn't a bad receiver last year. It's an injuries thing. I will say this: Cooper Kupp has maybe the strangest career I've ever in modern NFL history. The strangest career, because this is essentially what he did. Third round rookie, his first year, 800 yards. 2018 tore his ACL, and the Rams went to the Super Bowl without him. 2019 he had 1,100 yards and 94 catches. The year after that he had 900 yards. So at this point in his career, he's never had a 1,200-yard receiving season. He's never had more than 100 catches in a year. His fifth season, literally the greatest season a wide receiver has had in NFL history. Set the receiving yards record, had 16 touchdowns, which was 8 more than his previous career high, had 145 catches. He's never had more than 100 in a season before or since. Won basically Super Bowl MVP, and it's the greatest season a wide receiver has ever had. And then he's just been injury plagued and a wide receiver too ever since. Just one of the most amazing, strange careers I've ever seen. He's played in the league now 8 years. He's never had a 1,200-yard season, never had a 100 reception season, except for the 1 year he won Super Bowl MVP and set the receiving record.
It almost feels like, one of those things that just, he had one of the highest, seasons or ceilings ever, and just kind of regressed back to the mean. But, NFL football is just weird like that. You never know how long these bodies are going to last. Speaking of, and as I'm seeing the 209 chime in, as far as Cooper signing with the Niners, I mean, the Niners are trying to save money, so it's all about the price tag. Another great has been released, and that happened, I think it was literally at 1 o'clock. We're seeing do not play the breaking news banner, Kyle, but the breaking news as far please don't. As far as the quarterback carousel, the Jets have officially released Aaron Rodgers. It seems like he's probably headed to Pittsburgh.
Who wants to get desperate? The 3 teams that he's considering or weighing options, apparently.
Am I crazy to think that Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers probably won't work? Or because when we discuss the Jimmy Butler thing, it's, hey, everyone is, if this was 5 years ago, Draymond and Jimmy Butler would not work. And again, there's still time, but everybody's kind of on their last leg. They don't have time for drama. They can see their kind of mortality in front of them. Even if I don't necessarily agree with something, we don't have time for it. Is that what could? Because I feel like Aaron Rodgers always has time for drama. There's always time for drama with Aaron Rodgers. So even if this is his last hurrah and it's with a Hall of Fame coach and Mike Tomlin, he does not care.
So here's where I'm struggling to see it, is that everywhere he goes, other than maybe Pittsburgh, it's either Minnesota, Pittsburgh, or the Giants. Those are the only teams that have any kind of quarterback opening at this point.
Right.
For two of those teams, Minnesota and the Giants.
It depends on what you think about J.J. McCarthy. I don't know that Minnesota. I know they've been kind of thrown around, but I wouldn't put Minnesota in the same category as the Giants and the Steelers.
This is if you're assuming the Giants are going to draft a quarterback.
Okay.
Then you're talking about Aaron Rodgers being a stopgap. Aaron Rodgers essentially being Mitchell Trubisky and being a stopgap for a rookie that's going to take over.
Right.
With Pittsburgh, I feel like it's like, yeah, he could take the mantle and he would be their quarterback for a season while they do the Pittsburgh thing and go 9-8 and try and compete. You already have Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson was fine. Like, just bring back Russell Wilson. I don't think Aaron Rodgers versus Russell Wilson is any kind of significant difference. So what I'm struggling to see is just this is the first time in Aaron Rodgers' career that he's not going to be the focal point of an organization.
Oh, and he's going to hate it.
I don't know if he's going to.
No, he's going to hate it.
I don't know if he's going to hate it, because if he was going to hate it, he would just retire now.
No, because I don't know that he's a narcissist, but I know that he tends to kind of look like and act like he has those tendencies. So these type of people, he's not going to look in the mirror and say, Aaron, it's time. He's not going to do that.
But wherever he goes, he now risks being a backup quarterback somewhere. And that is super interesting to think about.
I think that's the only way if the Steelers say you're going to battle with someone and that's the only person out there or the only team out there that's willing to do something, I think that then he might retire. But only then. If he signs somewhere, it's because he's already had a conversation and said, there will be no, I don't care how bad I play, there will be none of that. He learned from Brett Favre.
He said when he was on his way out with the Jets, he's open to and willing to mentor a young quarterback.
Yeah, and I watched Hard Knocks, and he was working with a Zach Wilson. Oh my goodness, that was so long ago.
Dolphin.
It was a complete different time. It was a complete different Achilles. So we'll see what happens with Aaron Rodgers. What should the Niners do? As some of the texters are saying that Cooper Kupp and other names should be a part of the conversation. Ryan Clark says they should be going in the other direction. We will play that audio for you, and whether you agree with moving on from this stud running back out in South Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper. You know I'm a big guy, right, everybody? So sometimes, even my SUV or sedan, I want a little more space. Maybe I want to take the fellas to the football game or to the basketball game. Maybe I want to go golfing. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has the perfect solution. They have a Vans Fleet Center, and they understand your business needs. They understand your personal needs as well. They have a great inventory and a huge selection. And plus, they have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric e-Sprinter alongside those reliable diesel options. So if you're looking for a new van just for personal reasons or even for your business fleet, head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And get this, you can take advantage of their exclusive limited time 0% APR financing offer for up to 60 months on select models. So head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online at mbfstockton.com and tell them Drape sent you.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
There's a lot of A's talk today, and we loved it, but I know there are a lot of Giants fans out there. I grew up a Giants fan, and the Giants, we'll spend some time on them. Not today, but we'll spend some time on them. The Giants,
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
I'm more excited for their future. Reggie Crawford, the stud lefty pitcher. There's also a guy out there when you have some free time. He's the number 6 prospect. Well, Bryce Eldridge is going to be a big leaguer. Same with Carson Wisenhunt, so I'm not really counting them. Check out Dakota Jordan. I was very, very excited. His ETA is 2027, so who knows where we'll be by then. But Dakota Jordan, the 6th ranked prospect for the Giants, he's out of Mississippi State. He is a complete stud, 6 foot, 220, just thick, okay? And the guy can hit the baseball. So don't worry, we will talk Giants as well, but being in Sacramento, Sacramento has a team now, so there's a priority list. Even if they don't want to say the name like Candyman, you can say Sacramento here on these airwaves. That's where they're going to be playing. So
just to close the loop on something we had last segment, literally while we were in the commercial break, Diana Rossini says Vikings decision makers are still evaluating their options at quarterback, including the possibility of signing Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
So he's really going to Brett Favre it to the end.
Okay. So now they are, and that was my whole thing with the JJ McCarthy situation. Sam Darnold was going to do the bridge thing anyway, but when JJ went down, I guess the dreams of JJ coming in the 5th game or whatever, because JJ wouldn't have played anyway because of how well Sam Darnold played, and we had basically saw JJ McCarthy in like 2 or 3 pregame or preseason games, and everyone decided, oh yeah, this guy is the truth. And I'm not saying he's not, but it was weird how people did that.
It would be surprising if he just came in and lit up the league, because like he didn't even do that in college. So like him coming in and just lighting up the NFL would be a little bit surprising. But either way, I think the Vikings won 14 games last year, and they aren't ready to just turn it over to a rookie essentially and hope that they're going to be able to replicate it. But I don't know. I don't know how win now of a signing Aaron Rodgers is. Also, it looks like Russell Wilson's taking a meeting with Cleveland and the Giants. So maybe Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh isn't as guaranteed as we thought. Because if he goes somewhere else, Pittsburgh has to sign Aaron Rodgers because they got no other choice.
Yeah, 209 is a different 209 is saying, did you see the report about the Niners open to trading Purdy to the Titans for the number 1 pick? I can't keep up with this stuff. I saw a back and forth about Purdy's future. I did not specifically see Purdy to the Titans, and I don't know. That would be confusing to me, because if you're rebuilding the way it seems like they are rebuilding, and you're doing it because you're trying to save money because you have to pay Purdy, you could have moved off of Purdy, got a cheaper quarterback, and not lost some of your more expensive pieces. So that wouldn't really make sense to me. I guess I never thought about Purdy being part of the rebuild.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense if they did that. 1, because why would Tennessee give up the number 1 pick? But 2, is Travis Hunter going to play quarterback in that situation? Like, I just don't know what we're doing there. But yeah, I saw an interesting note today, and we'll get to the sound in a second of Ryan Clark, but I saw an interesting note that officially, now that Javon Hargrave just signed with the Vikings, because I know there was a possibility that he might come back on a lesser deal or something, half of the Super Bowl starters for the 49ers from, 13 months ago?
Yeah.
Half of them are no longer on the roster at this point. So they've now had to replace 11 out of 22 starters.
Yeah.
Which is I didn't realize just how much of turnover it had been until seeing that.
And we played the sound yesterday with Ian Rappaport, basically saying this is what good teams do. They get younger, and you understand when the window is closed, but there's some guys you're holding on to. Obviously, the George Kittles of the world, and some of the elder statesmen that you still think can help.
I believe Jennifer Lee Chan said on the afternoon show they're paying 6 people at the highest of their position.
That's part of it too. That's part of it too. And a lot of people wanted to put it on Brandon Ayuk as to why they're in this position, but it's not just Brandon Ayuk. It's the deals that they made before Brandon Ayuk, and then they put themselves in a position with Brandon Ayuk where I think what you could say is, especially with how Juwan Jennings played this season with no Brandon Ayuk, I think you could say that they felt the pressure, and if Brock is your guy, you could have believed in him more. Now, he didn't have a great season like he's had in the past, but it wasn't. If Brandon Ayuk is missing, but you have Juwan Jennings and I guess, a better version of Debo and Christian McCaffrey is healthy, then what does the offense look like? Do you really miss Brandon Ayuk like that? So I do think there is a level of, man, we could have traded Brandon Ayuk and let him walk, but they got pressured, whether it's pressure from the public, pressure from the fan base, pressure from the media, and, the Niners who kind of prop themselves up as great decision makers, and for a lot of it, they are. This offseason has been a lot of owning up to some of the, not the misses, but owning up to some of the things that just haven't worked out and just admitting that. And the reality is that all of this happened and you didn't get a ring. As much as I read something, and it was pretty much of a backhanded compliment, and it was the Niners' perceived dynasty over the last couple years, because they've been really, really good, but nothing to show for it. So, yeah, just funny stuff there, and we'll see what happens. We have the sound from Ryan Clark, but we have something that is taking priority over that, as there is a report coming from Sean Cunningham about Domantas Sabonis. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Save Mart and McKee Brothers Plumbing and Rooter Incorporated. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speeds vary. Not guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Ginger.
If you've been looking for an SUV that combines luxury, comfort, and off-road capability, look no further than the most awarded SUV ever, the Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. With 470 foot-pounds of torque, a 6,000-pound towing capacity, great gas mileage, the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect SUV for all your needs. See for yourself why people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Centrally located across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course, it's the place where a handshake still means something.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
This report just came out, and it gives us hope. It gives us hope because what we want right now is to, at the very least, see this Kings team whole. Domantas Sabonis from Sean Cunningham. Domantas Sabonis participated in practice today with his Kings before the trip to San Francisco. His status will be updated later today. So you're going to want to make sure that you listen to the Drive Guys. Well, every day you should listen to the Drive Guys, but you will probably get an update unless it's within the next 30 minutes here, which I'd love that too, but you will probably get an update during the Drive Guys on Domantas Sabonis. And with that being said, so yesterday, Scalabissier was assigned back to G League Stockton. So I'm not trying to read too many tea leaves, but you have that happening. And now Domantas Sabonis today participated in practice with his Kings before the trip to San Francisco. His status will be updated later today. Now, I know I'm going to sound like I'm talking out two sides of my mouth here because I just mentioned how Jonathan Kuminga might help the Kings because he hasn't played with the Warriors in a very long time, and we saw a similar thing happen with the Houston Rockets. This is different to me with the Kings because it wasn't that many games, and the Kings are still trying to find their way anyway, right? Jimmy Butler just kind of got plopped onto that team, and that's no disrespect to Andrew Wiggins, but Jimmy Butler got plopped into that team. Jimmy Butler and the issue was a lot of people thought it was going to be Jonathan Kuminga taking over for Andrew Wiggins because those positions were a bit redundant. To me, bringing back Domantas Sabonis, all that does is send Valanciunas to the bench, and there's the offense might look a little bit different, but that's probably for the best. So completely different situation bringing Jonathan Kuminga back, who hasn't played in 30 games, to Domantas Sabonis. So I don't think that maybe it'll look, you won't even be able to tell if it looks clunky or not because it's just looked a bit clunky the last couple games here regardless. So I don't think that it will hinder the Kings as much as maybe trying to get Jonathan. And yes, I'm coping and I'm reaching, but as much as Jonathan Kuminga being put back into the fold could affect the Warriors.
Yeah, there's a difference between trying to integrate people back into the system and the system coming back, right? Like your best players come back, obviously your team is going to get better.
Right.
With Jonathan Kuminga, it's such an interesting, and it was the same thing with who was coming back for the Rockets. That was it Thompson?
It was Fred VanVleet. It was Fred VanVleet, and I think Jabari. It was two.
Right.
They had just got Jabari Smith Jr. back, and then a game later or so got Fred VanVleet back, who hasn't played. Also, he hasn't played all season. So, and Jabari, I mean, both these guys have been up and down all season. So the Rockets, they don't have anything to go refer back to. The Kings would, and I would say the Warriors don't have anything to refer back to with Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler playing together. The Kings obviously do with Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, and I feel like it's harder for Jonathan Kuminga because he has to integrate into whatever it is they're already doing. With Domantas Sabonis, it's like, why would he have to integrate into DeMar DeRozan taking 32 shots?
Okay,
DeMar DeRozan's,
he's not going to keep doing
That's what I'm saying. He's not going to do that, so why do we have to worry about that? It's going to go back to the flow offense with him as the point center, being the all-NBA center that is the focal point of what they do on offense. I don't think it's apples to apples there because when you are the center of everything that's happening, the team revolves around you.
And also, to give a little grace to Doug, that is why I think it was tough to survive these last couple games because you didn't know when Domantas was coming back. How much can you implement and what exactly do you want to implement to a team that's not really your team and it's not going to be your team? Look, we had no clue. Obviously, internally, they knew better, right? Because they're in and out and they're right there with Domantas Sabonis. But from the outside looking in, we didn't know. We knew there was supposed to be an update. The update is now coming in a couple hours or so. But we knew there was supposed to be an update. We still don't know what that update means. But if you're Doug, he's already dealt with enough. What this season. Okay, what am I trying to implement for 4 games here or 5 games? We don't know because they haven't really had that hardcore system that they go back to each and every game. It's been a bit read and react. And when the guys that are reading and the guys that are reacting are changing game to game, it can be tough. So, as much kind of stuff that Doug has taken so far about are you running plays thing, whatever it is, what can he implement when literally his roster, whether it be by trade or injury, what really can you implement when you're just trying to survive here with less than 20 games left in the season?
Yeah, I think you just hit the nail on the head as it relates to the Kings because they're trying to do so much here. We had the conversation earlier, a clip that I think is out on social right now, if you go to YouTube and socials, about the offensive identity and how they've gone through like 4 different identities in 8 games since the All-Star break. It's just been all about survival, and maybe that'll be the case all the way to the end of the season. But I would argue, and this is the point that we disagree on, is like you only have to figure it out for 2 games.
Yeah.
You got.
But we didn't know that.
Yeah,
we didn't know that.
But now we do. Right. We know they're probably going to be the 9. Maybe if something breaks their way, they'll get to the 8, but they'll probably be the 9. And so whatever you're trying to figure out and whatever you're trying to integrate back in with Sabonis and DeRozan and Levine and everything else, you only got to do it for essentially 96 minutes of basketball to get through the play-in and survive your season. And then once you get to a 7, and I know that makes it sound like I'm writing off playing Oklahoma City or playing Denver, but my point is once you get to a 7-game series, you can specifically prepare and adjust for an opponent.
Yeah.
And that's a lot easier than one night you're playing Minnesota and one night you're playing the Thunder and one night you're playing the Warriors and one night you're playing the Blazers. It's like you can hone in and game plan for a specific opponent easier once you have a 7-game series.
I don't know why what you just said triggered me, but you just talked about if, the Kings make the playoffs and you get a 7-game series and, you can prepare for a team that way. You talking about that, it just kind of brought back, I'm sorry. The Luke Laux thing is still kind of wild to me because I'm thinking, and I might have to listen again on the way home because he said Leandro Barbosa will come to the front, right? But do we know who is now doing the Luke Laux job? Do we know that?
Doug is the head coach.
I just thought about that.
Well, you're talking about like for game planning
purposes?
I'm
just saying he just bounced.
Yeah.
He just bounced.
It's incredibly unprecedented, all of it. Like yes, it is strange that Luke Laux left in the middle of the season and just stopped coaching. That doesn't happen. But also he was on an interim staff anyways, so that's also the thing that's unique. So I don't know what to do with either of that because both are unprecedented situations, right?
I watched the end of Florida State yesterday. It was you got the 11 seed versus the 14 seed in the ACC, and Florida State lost. So maybe he was just betting on how bad Florida State was 17-15 this season, and they lost to the Syracuse Orange, who was 14-18. So they really shouldn't have lost that game, but they did. So maybe now he just figured they're going to be done early and we can just start that process earlier. But it's still wild to me that he had this team, the Kings could be in the playoffs. And I mean, even in an interim situation to say, hey, I coached on a Kings team who it doesn't happen often. They went to the playoffs and I was the D coordinator for them. And
yeah, I can't find a situation where it's ever happened. Like we're looking for it. And obviously this is a newer trend of assistant coaches going to college. It's like Jerry Stackhouse did it at Vanderbilt and everyone was like, what?
Yeah.
And then Patrick Ewing did it at Georgetown and everyone was like, what? Well, I guess it's his alma mater.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a recent trend, but you've never seen it happen. And then the guy just leaves in the middle of the season. That part is the weird part, but you're right. I don't know. I don't know why exactly I piqued your interest or why that.
Because I'm just thinking of them game planning and just I guess it just brought me back to all of the stuff that Doug Christie has dealt with this season. And I say dealt with, he still has a great opportunity, right? I know I can hear someone driving right now. I wish I had to deal with the issue of being named an NBA head coach. I understand what you're saying. I'm just, relatively speaking, you get named a head coach and not during the season. So you got to deal with how people feel about that. On top of that, your star decides that he wants out, even though you go on a 7-game winning streak, your star wants out. and whatever is happening inside that building, your star gets traded, and now one of your top two guys in Jay Triano and Luke Laux, takes a job. Oh, that's great. No, I'm leaving now, right? With a month left in the season during a playoff push. So I think that's why, because now I'm thinking, okay, they're sitting down, game planning for the Thunder, and Luke Laux is just in Tallahassee, just kicking it with the Seminoles. That's what he's doing.
It is quite strange. And again, I don't know exactly what piqued the interest, but it is really incredible. And to bring it back to the play-in situation is like, one way or another, the Kings are going to compete for a playoff spot. And even if they get to the first round, if they lose in the first round, the season will be done before the end of April, which is what Alex Jensen, who we mentioned the other day, he's taking the Utah job.
Right.
He's an assistant coach at the Mavericks. And I know it's the same coaching staff, but like, if there was ever a situation I would want to get out of as soon as possible, it is being a part of the Dallas Mavericks organization.
Yeah.
And he's sticking around to the end of the season. Kevin Young for the Suns, who left to be BYU's coach last year, he ended up sticking it out through the playoff run, which obviously ended in the first round, but stuck it out until that end of April time. We mentioned Stackhouse. We mentioned Patrick Ewing. There's not a whole lot of other examples, but all of it's super unprecedented. So I guess Barbosa. Let me pull up real quick.
What does it
staff.
say online? Maybe it says something online. And on the other side, we will be joined by Whitey Gleason, get his thoughts on the QB carousel, and Domas possibly coming back to the Kings lineup. Bounce South, Sack on Sports.
Thursday night, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99 with the ultra bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super fast 5G network. See, isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters in auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door. 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
You know what that song means, Whitey Gleason.
Is that what that song means now?
That's right. We have decided, Whitey, before I even get going, I mean, I know you were probably just thrilled with my A's breakdown.
I actually didn't hear that.
No!
I wasn't able to listen today when I normally listen. I had some things to do here.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
As you know, you saw me here. I was hoping you had some of that copium around still, because I like that. Your King's copium that you had earlier is like, I hope Allen still has some of that around.
Oh, I got plenty. I'm going to tell you right now, Whitey.
So much copium. My God. He was talking about beating the Cavs earlier.
No, I said that the Cavs have been playing some games without Donovan Mitchell, and they're coming off a back-to-back.
And they're not going to win every game, Kyle.
Well, Kyle thinks they're going to.
They literally have.
That's why I held his feet to
literally have not.
That's why I held his feet to the fire on who, because, you know, he rides for the Thunder and rides for the Nuggets. I said, if you're the Kings, right, who would you rather face, Thunder or Nuggets? And with a bold face, he said, I'd rather face the Nuggets. I don't believe him.
Because my only point was just at least the Nuggets don't play defense. Like, the problem with playing the Thunder is you can't defend Shea, and they play good defense.
Yeah, I do think that the flaw, if the Thunder have one, I like Jalen Williams. It's still a lot of Shea.
Santa Clara?
Oh, and I know what you're doing.
Arkansas?
I know what you're
Razorback or
oh, that's a good one. That is a good one, Whitey.
What a clever joke.
That is funny, Whitey.
By the way, the average margin of defeat this year is 35 points for the Kings against the Thunder.
I was talking about the Cavs.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got to the Thunder are phenomenal.
The Thunder are phenomenal.
The Cavs are really good too, but
The last time the Cleveland Cavaliers lost a basketball game, Jimmy Butler was a warrior and Jonas Valanciunas was a wizard.
Whitey, a little bit of
You're
like
right,
this.
by the way, you can't win every game. So a team that's won 15 in a row, guess what? They're going to lose at some point.
Thank you. Look at me and Whitey just really coming together here. Whitey, so it's Timberwolves at Nuggets. This is a great day. Actually, you want some more copium?
I do.
I gotcha. This is a great day, okay? First, you have the Timberwolves at Nuggets.
I know.
Timberwolves at Nuggets. And Kyle just told me that Jokic is going to go for 50, 40, and 30.
He's got the new haircut.
He's got the new haircut.
He's going to get 3 triple-doubles in one game. Last week, he had 2 triple-doubles in the same game. Tonight, he's going to get 3.
So you have that, all right? Suns at Rockets just to protect the bottom.
Right.
Rockets will beat the Suns.
You always got to protect the bottom.
That's right. So you have that going on.
How about the Clips?
I'm getting there. Clippers at Heat. Heat have lost 4 straight. Clippers just got embarrassed in Nolans.
And they got to go all the way from Louisiana to Florida.
They got to go all the way there on a back-to-back, a hungry Heat team. Davion Mitchell clamping up whoever. Okay, so now the Kings will only be, a half game back. They don't have the tiebreaker, but that's fine. All right. The Warriors tomorrow, what are we going to do? Kuminga's back. It's so redundant. Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, Kuminga. Kuminga gets upset. He doesn't want to come in the game.
What an incredible sentence.
There is a whole
practice for the Kings today.
And and tell me this, lady. Who is on his way possibly back?
We have the meat.
Domantas Sabonis. It is a brand new day. And you know what? I'd rather have a team that loses close games early so they can learn to win them late.
Where is the real Allen Stiles, and what have you done with him?
He took too much copium this morning.
So this team here...
It's amazing what 8 hours of sleep does for Allen.
This team here, they lost to the Nuggets. Yeah, they lost to the Clippers. But they have an opportunity. They're going to earn this thing, Whitey. Mm-hmm. They're going to earn it against the Celtics. They're going to earn it against the Warriors, who they're still up 2-1 in the series, by the way. They can get that tiebreaker tomorrow night. Domantas Sabonis, who owns the Warriors, all right? So you get that taken care of, Whitey. Then you beat Kyle's Cavs, who are 8,000-0. And you beat the Thunder as well.
Since the Civil War.
You might get the Thunder without Jalen Williams. You might get the Cavs without Donovan Mitchell. Whitey, you hear that? You hear that, Colin? That's the 8 seed.
Right.
Sacramento, are you there? Are you there, Sacramento?
It's not the 8 seed. It's the 8 seed in the play-in.
Are you there, Sacramento?
They still have to beat the Clippers.
But it's still the 8 seed.
It's the 8 seed. Yeah. They ain't losing twice because they ain't losing in a winner-go-home game in Golden 1. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Zach LaVine.
The Kings are currently a game and a half behind the Clips, right? But it's 2.5 because they have the tiebreaker.
Right.
Yeah.
But then they're going to lose tonight.
So 2.
2, basically.
And they're going to lose again.
Okay. All right.
To the Hawks?
Well, not on this road trip, but they will.
One game at a time.
One game at a time.
You
lose tonight, and Kings, they use the Warriors
springboard
as a springboard.
Yeah.
Launch pad.
Oh, I was wondering what you're doing because on the radio that sounds like something else.
Whitey, yeah. So after
I like
this,
it, Alan. I like it.
But no. Here you go. They got it. Yeah, you get through these 4 games. Kings just survive. Okay. Then Clippers. They host the Cavs. They host the Grizzlies. They host the Thunder.
Loss.
They go to Knicks. They have to go. They go to Nets. Then they go to Cavs.
Loss.
Wow.
I'm just
I don't
saying.
know. They might win that one.
Clips now they will.
Yeah. Clippers might not win another game, Alan. I'm pretty sure they will. But they might not win another game.
So I woke up this morning after Zion Williamson, who's underrated, by the way. We got to give this guy.
Shaq's not impressed.
No, we got to give this guy his flowers for what he did. Because this was my initial. Oh, you heard the initial argument. The Clippers, if they lose to the Kings, they beat the Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's that simple.
6 and 1/2 dozen of the other.
It's exactly. Some say tomato, some say potato.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And don't get me started on those A's.
Some say Arkansas, Jalen Williams. Some say Santa Clara. Okay.
I actually kind of forgot which one is which. I think
Santa Clara is the guy. One. Yeah. But Arkansas, Jalen Williams, he makes threes now, which is kind of scary. He's been shooting the 3-ball well.
Can we change it from Arkansas and Santa Clara to the good one and the bad one?
No. Come on. Yeah.
That's
right.
That's not nice.
Tell him, Whitey.
They're both NBA players.
But
right out loud.
I was just saying, Lawrence Butler one of my favorite, obviously my favorite one of my favorite players right now.
Yeah.
Might be my favorite player right now. And Major League Baseball, they are posting him a lot. He is all over their social media. They're going on their tour, but they have kind of locked and loaded on him to be, okay, we might have something here. You know, he talks trash to other players. He kind of reminds me of Malik, if Malik played baseball, just very honest, things like that. And I don't think, and he just got voted number 2 behind Jose Ramirez by a player survey, MLB.com, most underrated player in the game.
That's nice. I finally figured out how I'm going to handle going to A's games while being very upset that they're not embracing Sacramento.
All right.
Every game I go to, I'm not sure how many I'll go to. You know, if I'm in the press box, that's one thing. You have to sit there and be official. Every game I go to, I am going to wear the garb of the other team and root for the other team.
You're not going to do that.
Every game.
You're not going to do that.
Yes,
you're not going to buy that much. Well, I guess it depends on how many games you go to.
Yeah, but every game I'm going to be rooting for the other team.
No.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes. You don't want to be our team? Then you're not my team.
So why are you there?
To watch baseball.
Yeah.
I told you it's hard.
To watch the other team.
I really want to watch the game.
Yeah.
I'm not going to root for the A's.
I'm doing the same thing as Whitey, except mine is just I'm going to wear the Cell shirt.
Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah. There's a father and daughter in Toronto, and they do that. And they've been doing it for years. And they're Montreal Canadiens fans. And I don't have to tell you, that's like the Giants and the Dodgers. I guess. I don't know. So anyway, they go to all the games, but they wear the jerseys and hats and gear of the other team. And Maple Leafs fans are like, those guys are losers. That's terrible. But they do it all the time. And I am going to borrow that idea.
You can do it. Sounds expensive, but you can do it.
No, Whitey's already got it in the closet.
Okay.
Kyle has a lot of hats that I might be able to borrow from him.
All right. Do what you got to do. Me on my side.
Giants, I don't know if I do.
Well, you know, so you will not be invited to the AL wildcard party that I throw when the A's make the AL wildcard.
Yeah, Allen's decided to sell his soul to the good people of the Athletics.
Fair enough.
Hey, it's a tough situation for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, you can some of us are Jedis and some of us are Anakin, who was the best Jedi, by the way.
That's right. That's right.
And what
so
side
that's
was
the way
your?
I'm choosing to deal with this insult.
And I don't police fandom. Some do, but I would never do that.
Technically, Yoda was the best Jedi.
I would never do that, Whitey. I definitely wouldn't do it to you. Okay. But I know you're going to be chiming in for the updates.
When are my Angels coming to town? How about my Mariners?
Oh, Lord.
Let's go, M's.
What do we do for the Padres, Whitey? Because they come like the second series of the season.
I have my tickets already.
Yeah.
Darn.
And I'm going to find pictures of you. And you better be in every type of gear if you're going to be spewing this to the good people of Sacramento on these airwaves. I invite
everyone who feels that way to join me. If you don't, fine. If you do, I invite you to join me.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, join Whitey Gleason.
Stan Van Gundy today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stan Van Gundy today on the Drive Guys. So be sure to join them. Whitey, we didn't get around to it, but the Niners and what's going on there, Ryan Clark, I tease it all day, and then the Domas news broke. But Ryan Clark says, well, if the Niners are going to rebuild, why don't they trade Christian McCaffrey? You think that's crazy?
It'd be hard to get anything close to value for him right now.
Yeah.
He's coming off of got hurt a lot. Otherwise, I'm open to it, but it's a bad time to trade him.
Yeah, it's somebody on the text line, and I vaguely saw this, but I'm still trying to confirm the Titans Brock Purdy conversation thing. But I don't.
First, I've heard of that.
Yeah, and I don't know. Is Brock Purdy? That's the weirdest thing about Brock Purdy. Is he worth the number one pick? Depends on how much you like Cam Ward, I guess.
That's not a good idea. Kawakami says everyone he talks to says it's probably going to get done. Everything's on track, probably around May. And he says, and I talked to some really pessimistic people, but everyone thinks it's going to get done with Brock.
Okay, there you go. Van Gundy going to join.
Yeah.
Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson on the Drive, guys. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Kyle, great job as always. Thank you to all the callers, texters, sack chatters,